reba ko gakora
nyine gukora karakora ariko tugashyiraho kebo kakazana noise njye ntabwo ari noise ndi kohereza.
I guess you have exhausted why we have traveled very long distance to come for this convention. I told you by Rwandan standards, the standard deviation of 5 hours tilts positively towards Rwanda. So the minister is in the building. So it just means minister means sometimes depends on that. He's gonna arrive here. So just stay calm. Your meeting won't take as long as you have taken some parts of Africa, all parts of the world. I would like to go as late from this table where we have Olivier. What was part of it?
4.
Yeah, so I'm sure that you're going to keep notes and write some small notes to me. I'll give you on this table to give me a note. Here, John Paul will do. There I'll give Sister Karen. On this table, I'll give Father Francois. On this table, I'll give a chance to... Father, just remind me your name. Alex, you'll tell us what brought McPhee to run a little late in the night. What was burning? On this table, Vicky, you give us what was the thing on this table, what made the band to come. In the table where I met Dr. before, but his name is, he repeated times I couldn't catch it. Your name? Why? So you report to us what this table comes, why, what was burning. And on this table, Sister Regina, I think I'm done.
You have the first time to stream. Do you have another YouTube? This one. If you have one, you can use that. If you don't have, you can use someone. I have mine, but you have another so that you can try. So YouTube, when you start to live streaming for the first time, you have to apply it for 24 hours. So it's starting from so
murashaka
can you stream on another, any other? What you can do, if everything is not possible, we can do the stream on another one, then we record this evening, then we stream, like tomorrow all we can upload it.
Excuse me.
Like for this channel.
Paul ntabwo ndi kuyikina uretse nkwereke ari abajama bansabye sound ngiye kuyibaha nibaramuka bayifashe
I would
to participate in society. Something very important in our Catholic social teaching, that every human being has full participation in society. And people who are sick can't participate fully in society. So we don't want a sick Africa, a sick Rwanda. And even societal well-being is dependent upon the health of members. Yet, Honorable Minister, the healthcare industry globally, but also in Africa, even at its optimal level, functioning, in its current form, cannot improve the health of the African population if we do not address the root causes of poor access to health. The health of most Africans, most of whom are absolutely poor, is threatened by structural, economic, and social conditions, both at local African level as well as at the global level. And I repeat, in its current form, the health industry, even if it won't be able to address the issues we are facing. It is for this reason that a large segment of the population of Africa is continually denied the opportunity to live long, productive lives. We in Haiti, we in Jena, and in the wider Catholic health and social justice networks are concerned about this. We are engaging work of advocacy that addresses economic, social, legal, and structural roots of poor and how health inequity, social injustice, and poverty are inextricably intertwined. Pope Francis has coined the term integral ecology, which shows the interconnectedness among issues that confront us. We are not just facing a medical health problem, we are also facing a health crisis. We are facing several other crises, including spiritual crises that make it difficult for us to provide health care for all. Our work will provide in-depth overview of the blocks to efficient and equitable health delivery in Africa, including inadequate innovation, poor financing, poverty, poor policy design and implementation at both local and global levels. At the global level, we will also pay attention to the design of international legal frameworks like intellectual property law and work for their reform, because in their current form, they perpetuate inequitable access to health care for populations in Africa and other places in the South. Minister, our work will show how addressing these issues requires true adherence to equality principles and making justice and freedom of opportunity accessible to everyone. And nothing else will drive us there unless we mobilize our hearts with human consent driven by Ubuntu. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that to resolve the million gaps in the African health line in multiplying isolated and complex projects, the solution lies in synergizing. It is for this reason that AHEC is deploying a vast network of both faith-based and non-faith-based organizations and experts and bring them to work together. Various experts and organizations with vast experience and know-how to find practical conversation on how to bring effective healthcare to ordinary men and women. Minister, the network of Catholic and other faith-based health institutions and experts in Africa makes a very huge contribution to advancing healthcare, contributing to a massive 40 to 60% of countries' healthcare, depending on each country you are in. This, Minister, is a resource that once again we want to deploy in a synergized way for greater impact. And so under AHETI is a mix of representatives of healthcare institutions, universities and research centers, and other relevant bodies in the church networks. Minister, AHETI will be launched with concrete programs that will be useful for supporting ongoing efforts to promote health for all. We will launch the Ubuntu Health Impact what will be used to incentivize 6 main programs that will be presented during the next 2 days, namely to incentivize innovation and production of medicines in Africa, the renewal of primary health care through streamlining and developing new supply and delivery mechanisms to ensure diagnostics and medicines reach those who are in outlying areas, especially the poor and marginalized. The establishment of African-based biomedical research facilities driven by Africans and for Africans. The establishment of Africa's health data repository, establishment of pharmaceutical tech labs across Africa, and establishment of Africa Health Leadership initiatives to support capacity building for our technocratic and political class who lead the health sector. Minister, we are glad that Rwanda is among those nations in Africa that have taken leadership in advancing health for all. Rwanda has, for example, launched the construction of a messenger RNA vaccine factory in Kigali. It will be the first of its kind in Africa, the first of the 3 planned in Africa. And this project, it's more than a project, this great effort aims to produce treatments against COVID-19, not only COVID-19, but also developing vaccines and medicines to prevent malaria, tuberculosis, HIV, and a myriad other diseases that afflict our people. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that these diseases are a major cause of mortality on the African continent. Another important piece in the Catholic social teaching is the preservation, protection, and safeguarding of life. We can't go on at this rate. We should be concerned. Life must be preserved. So, Minister, we are glad to be here in Kigali with you and with several other men and women of goodwill gathered here who seek to make a difference in creating a future for Africa without disease. When the Pope directed the creation of the COVID-19 task force, he asked all of us in the task force not to prepare for the future, but to prepare the future. Then there's a difference. Those who prepare for the future prepare for risks and dangers with life vests so that they can preserve themselves. Those who prepare the future know that the problems we face are not intractable. They are problems we can resolve if we want, if we wish. There are enough resources in the world, human, money, financial, several other resources that if we deploy them in a just way, will enable us to prepare and create a future we want. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming through. We welcome you warmly, and we look forward to greater collaboration and a good conversation for the next couple of days. I thank you all. Since COVID-19 started, we got the opportunity to work across borders, across continents. Zoom helped us. And one of the groups that we worked with very closely, especially on the question of intellectual property rights and all of related business, men and women experts in the Capitol Hill in Washington. So, Minister, ladies and gentlemen, we're very pleased today to have in our midst Beth Boutzen, who is a senior advisor to the U.S. representative for trade. And we're happy to welcome you, madam. So I take this opportunity to ask you to step forward and say a few remarks to the meeting.
Thank you so much. Maybe I'll do this so you can see. Does that work too? Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Father Charlie, Minister, everyone here. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. It's such an honor to be here for the launch of this initiative. As you all know, the pandemic exposed fault lines in the global economy. This very initiative has emerged from the recognition that today, Africa remains too dependent on medicines and medical goods supplied from outside the continent. We are keenly aware that during a global health pandemic, when worldwide demand for medical goods outstripped supply, Africa was left behind. Even vaccines produced on the continent were often committed to markets outside the continent, aggravating vaccine inequity and tapping into feelings that the global economy is an unjust economy. But the pandemic exposed fault lines that go beyond access to medicines. It exposed flaws in the very philosophy that has governed economic thinking over the past 25 years. That philosophy focused on creating maximum space for the market to allocate resources in pursuit of efficiency. Many in Africa will know all too well the thinking that underpinned what became known as the Washington Consensus. The pandemic showed us just where this focus on short-term efficiency has taken us. Fragile supply chains based on a just-in-time delivery strategy that sought to minimize inventory and production capacity, even as many companies made extraordinary profits. Today, however, just in time is giving way to just in case. The Washington Consensus is no longer the consensus. In 2020, that first year of the pandemic, Pope Francis issued an encyclical letter called Fratelli Tutti on fraternity and social friendship. He stated that, quote, "The marketplace by itself cannot resolve every problem, however much we are asked to believe this dogma of neoliberal faith. This impoverished and repetitive school of thought always offers the same recipes, resorting to the magic theories of spillover or trickle as the only solution to societal problems. There is little appreciation of the fact that the alleged spillover does not resolve the inequality that gives rise to new forms of violence threatening the fabric of society." End quote. In a similar spirit, President Biden and U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Tai have been clear that trade must deliver real opportunities for everyday people. We must do trade better to pursue equitable growth, to bring more people in, and to help ensure that all our citizens benefit from our innovations. These values were once part of the conversation when the modern international trading system was being formed in the 1940s. The Global South had an important voice at the negotiating table and wanted to ensure people-oriented system that the system included enforceable labor rules because of fears that in a liberalizing economy, their people would be exploited by foreign investors. They also wanted domestic policy space to encourage their own development because they wanted to move up the value chain and felt that under pure market rules, they wouldn't be able to catch up to more developed economies. They got their asks. These rules and others, like curbs on monopoly power, were embodied in the International Trade Organization Charter. But the ITO Charter ultimately never entered into force, nor were these rules incorporated into the GATT or the WTO. So the revisionist history, intentional or not, led us to assume that the original post-war vision for trade was a laissez-faire model focused on little more than cutting tariffs in pursuit of free market utopia. In many respects, then, the economic reckoning that is occurring under our very feet today is a return to the wisdom that prevailed after the Great Depression and World War II. We lost our way, but we are finding our way back. That wisdom recognized that the economy isn't just supply and demand curves, but people. An economic paradigm in which workers are nothing more than a cost center is an economic paradigm under which democracy becomes fragile. This is why the Biden-Harris administration is pursuing a worker-centered trade policy, a human-centric vision to place workers and ordinary people at the center of our policies and to make trade a force for good. People. So often in trade we view inequality through the prism of a north-south axis only. It is true that inequality across borders remains serious, and the pandemic has reversed gains made in reducing that inequality. But it is also important to recognize that inequality exists within our borders as well. That is true in the United States. One of the first things Ambassador Tai did as U.S. Trade Representative was to ask the International Trade Commission to look at the distributional effects of U.S. trade and trade policy. That study not only recognizes the concerns over devastating impacts concentrated in certain communities in the United States, but it also shows disproportionately negative effects for non-white American workers. Let us recognize then that there is solidarity between American workers and the American people, and African workers and the African people. So the question is, where do we go from here? At USTR, we've been hard at work to build a trade policy centered on resilience, sustainability, and inclusion. And these core values have been at the heart of all our engagement, including with our partners on the African continent. President Biden hosted the African Leaders Summit in Washington in December, where he said, African voices, African leadership, African innovation are all critical to addressing the most pressing global challenges and to realizing the vision we all share, a world that is free, a world that is open, prosperous, and secure. When chairing the African Growth and Opportunity Act ministerial that same week, Ambassador Tai echoed the president and said, the future is Africa. She emphasized Africa's youth, the entrepreneurial spirit, the innovative drive, and the importance of our partnership. We need to work together as partners to overcome today's challenges and to build a tomorrow that lifts up our people. We recognize that it's impossible to realize this vision without African contributions and leadership. And that's exactly what we're doing, whether it's through the Memorandum of Understanding we signed with the AFCFTA Secretariat in support of continental economic integration, or through our new and innovative trade initiative with Kenya. This also includes our collaboration to address the COVID pandemic. Building on the groundwork laid in response to the obstruction of African efforts 2 decades ago to use international intellectual property flexibilities to address the HIV/AIDS crisis, we were able to work together at the WTO to deliver an outcome on COVID vaccines, an outcome which we, the United States, supported at the request of our African delegation partners. That outcome demonstrated that together we can make the World Trade Organization more relevant to the direct needs of our people. It is also a step toward laying the foundation to make in and for Africa. And that's why this initiative is so important. It comes at a time when we are working to put people back at the center of our economy, where we want to make sure our supply chains are strong and resilient, where we understand the need for Africans to have greater independence in meeting their own demands for essential medicines. This year marks the 60th anniversary of the creation of the agency that would become USTR. The very first trade representative, Christian Herter, recognized that inequality, that extreme poverty, would make it difficult for democracies to survive or even to take root. To quote him, "Hunger and political instability go hand in hand, and who can say that people who have always been slaves to hunger will not put food before freedom?" The free and fair world we envision cannot be built by a single government. This is truly a partnership, not just between governments, but also with civil society, industry, academics, and other stakeholders. Thank you again for this privilege.
Thank you very much, Beth, for those very insightful opening remarks that actually help us to set the tone for our conversation. Those I work with know that we always emphasize the fact that we have our own problems. But I'm one of those that says that the biggest threat we have to undo is the global arrangements. And you've just shared with us how many of the arrangements were made without Africans. And a time has come to engage a conversation that will bring all of us as fratelli tutti, brothers and sisters, in creating a world that we want. As I mentioned to you, we were welcomed in Rwanda to have this conversation. Most of us who are working on this thing work from Nairobi. And we were reflecting how we could advance this conversation. And in our thinking, we were inspired by what Rwanda has been doing, you know, and to appreciate that. And so we reached out to the RBC director, Dr. Carl, and shared with him our work and what we're doing, and our wish to work along governments, okay, together with the government of Rwanda. We visited him in his office, and he was very welcoming to us and welcomed the idea to have this
very important theme on Africa. And you have heard the meaning of Afia. Afia means health for all. And we all know that health needs to be seen as an investment for our population. So there really needs more to be done to make sure that we really be to that level where we see health as an investment. And in line with that, let me take you back to 2 years ago, as the world was really still coming from the grips with the spread of the new coronaviruses. The WHO convened hundreds of scientists from around the world to identify the most urgent priorities in research and development. And among them, one of the most topic on discussion was the development of vaccines. And it was really incredible to think that within a year of that meeting, the first vaccines were approved. And just 2 years later, more than 10 billion doses have been administered globally. And I'm very sure that not only Western countries were really keen to see that happen, but also Africa was part of the discussions. And Rwanda, as Father said, was really very proactive to really take the opportunity and engage in the discussion even more to make sure that we really have that production within Africa. But as you know, this initiative made by African countries, African Union, African CDC, and also African regions and African sub countries was not enough, because this scientific triumph has been marred by the vast inequity in access that we are still seeing. More than half of the world's population is now fully vaccinated, but yet most of the population in Africa is yet to be vaccinated. And much of this inequity has been driven by the fact that globally vaccine production is still concentrated in a few mostly high-income countries. One of the most obvious lessons of the pandemic, therefore, is the urgent need to increase local production of vaccines, especially in low and middle income countries. And for those of you who are new in Rwanda, who does not know RBC or Rwanda Biomedical Center, Rwanda Biomedical Center is the nation's central health implementation agency. We were established in 2011, and if you compare to other national public health institutions in Africa, we have the oldest public institutions that was really established in Rwanda to drive all the health interventions to ensure that we have affordable, quality healthcare services accessible to our population. So we were established in 2011 through a merger of 14 key health institutions that were working in a vertical ways to really make sure that we streamline and focus on implementation of preventive, rehabilitative, but also curative health interventions. And as I said, like any national public health institute in Africa, with our regional public health institutes like WHO and Africa CDC, we really make sure that we conduct scientific research, we make sure that we also provide diagnostic services, and we also implement innovative health interventions to protect the nations against disease, but also other health threats that you are seeing. And to really emphasize more with the effort of this national Rwanda Biomedical Center and under the great leadership of His Excellency the President Kagame's leadership and support, we have been able to achieve plenty of achievements for our country, but also for the African region. To name some few of our achievements, Rwanda achieved a reduction in prevalence of chronic hepatitis B and C from 4% and more than 3% in 2015 to less than 0.4% and 0.35%, 0.35% respectively. That is from 2015 to 2022 last year. This was after Rwanda, based on following this achievement, was really selected among 7 countries that were assessed for hepatitis elimination validation readiness and also was qualified to be on track for hepatitis C eliminations. And among other milestones, Rwanda simplified the diagnostic and treatment method for this hepatitis C by really introducing but also scaling up rapid diagnostic tests, which provides quick results, and also making available and accessible direct-acting antiretrovirus for 3 months for hepatitis C treatment course with less and no side effects, and also a very high cure rate of more than 90%. So the above is just one milestone, and we achieve more. We achieve among many more, and I have no time to read all those other achievements, given the time that I'm having to really welcome this conference. And we know that the single most critical success factors I can share with you today has been the leadership, as I mentioned before, but also the policy implementations. And these two have created the necessary enabling environments upon which other factors come to play optimum and therefore produce the rapid result that we are seeing today. We at Rwanda Biomedical Center, we are very committed to support the development of local manufacturing in Africa and also around the world, to increase regional health security, and also as a part of our vision for the highest attainable standard for health for all people in all Africa, because disease no boundaries, as my colleagues mentioned. With that, I would like again to welcome you in Rwanda, and also take this opportunity to welcome our guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Sabe Sanzimana, the Minister of Health, to give you his remarks and also officially open this conference. Thank you very much again.
Good morning. Bonjour. Nishimara is saying Maramse. Maramse, you can practice that. Maramse. So it's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here today. First thing this morning. Actually, this is one of the special conferences when you see faith, science, implementation, media, doctors, NGO leaders, lab people, professors in universities. So it's a great mix of what the community is. And for us, in the health sector, as we define it, it's all about the mind, the soul, that connects together for someone to be living a healthy, productive life. So it's not just one part, it's a complete mixture of those elements. So you represent that. So that's the first thing I want to mention. Father Charles, thank you so much for hosting us to together, of course, with other co-organizers of this conference. I've seen different organizations that are involved. Sometimes we thank people at the end of the conference, but I want to say it at the beginning. I've seen Jesuit Justice Network, African Jesuit AIDS Network, Yale University, AGIS. I don't know if they are all represented here, but of course RBC and colleagues, the health sector in Rwanda. Thank you for putting us together today. So, Mrs. Elizabeth, thank you so much for your remarks. Of course, RBC Director General has given us that numbers. I'll not repeat some of those. So everyone, welcome again to Kigali, to Rwanda. Health for all, it's not something to discuss, because health is a human right. It's the basic thing we must provide to everyone in an equitable manner. So at least we all agree with that. Then we can begin from there. Because the disease burden in the world, it's not equitably observed. At least this continent, where you're hosting this conference today, this country, we have at least 3 statistics that will tell us, all of us, we have a long way to go. Number one is that closer to half of diseases that are a concern for the world are actually located on this continent, only this continent. And yet, we provide 1% of the solutions to those diseases. Both prevention, care, research, you can mention what you have to do to control diseases. DJRBC mentioned vaccine production. Father Charles also mentioned that. We in Africa consume more than 8% of vaccine. And we produce so far only, it's around 1%, 2%. And only one type of vaccine produced here, yellow fever, in Senegal and South Africa. Only. All other vaccines you have to rely on export, buying, purchasing. Sometimes you are told you have to wait. For how long? As we lose lives, people, children. So that is one example. We have diseases. We don't have tools to control, to prevent those diseases on this continent. COVID came us to demonstrate that this is actually not a problem for Africa alone. It's a problem of the entire world. Because these diseases can emerge anywhere, anytime, and spread anywhere, anytime, with no limit. There's no barrier. They don't recognize our borders. They fly with people. In the past, when people were not moving a lot, you could contain diseases easily on one continent. But today, an outbreak can start somewhere in Africa, and the next 3 hours, 6 hours, it has spread across the world. Because flights are going to Europe, to China, to US, to Canada, everywhere. So now we cannot say that investing in disease control in Africa is a good, is a donation or is something we're doing for Africa. No, it's for everyone, it's for humanity. Because at the end of the day, it concerns everyone. At least we agree on that second thing. For scientists to understand quickly how disease spread. Variants, Omicron, Delta, has reached all countries in just 3 months. Even with flights stopped, with travel bans, they keep flying, they travel because people want to move. Because we have families on there, all continents. So, that is a fact. So this conference is on the right topic. So I read something in the concept note, how to create Africa free from diseases. But at least how Africa, control diseases in Africa helps the whole humanity, because most of diseases are here. Most outbreaks are here. We're just talking about end of an outbreak, a pandemic, just in neighboring countries. This won't end. It's repetitive. Yesterday was in the east, another day is in the north. So, you have chosen the right topic. So how to do that? There's so many things you can do. But at least today you focused this conference, pharmaceutical products, protection, because these are the tools we've seen that are needed to save lives, both vaccines and medicine. That is where we see the highest level of inequity in access to the basic tools, even masks, even simple things that the doctor needs in a small health center to deal with patients presenting COVID or Ebola or whatever symptoms. So there are efforts that are happening on this continent. We're glad that we are working in a big family, in a big network beyond Africa. The production efforts for vaccines, DG mentioned the efforts that are happening in Rwanda and as part of the whole Africa efforts. Like vaccine production hubs, Joachim Biotech, to have production here, but also in other two regions of Africa. African Medicine Agency is another example of the necessary steps to have actually, not only have medicine, but also quality medicine that are not going to cause other problems. Counterfeit medicine is another big issue. You may have drugs, but they may not be useful. Fake medicine, you've read about these things. Microbial resistance, stewardship, there are programs that we really need to focus on. I'm glad it's part of your agenda these 2 days. Uwono in health. Uwono. Actually, I was surprised that Uwono is something, or Ubuntu, you can mention it in many countries in Africa. It will probably mean the same thing, humanity. These are the basic things as humans we can do for each other. So I'm happy that you're launching Ubuntu Health for Impact Fund, and this is going to be a contributor to save many, many lives. So thank you for thinking about this and to mention it here today in Rwanda. Africa-based research facilities. I had promised to mention 3 indicators. Let me mention the second one. We, in Africa, contribute 2% of the global research output. 2%, 1-2. It was actually 1% 5 years ago. So within 5 years, that's moved from 1 to 2%. So you can imagine, to take another 5 or 10 years to move to 3% and so on. So this statistic, this number, always make me think of how even science, the basic thing that people could share, invest, it's only concentrated in one place where there are less diseases, there are less problems. And yet, where the problems are, there are no solutions. The problem is here, but the solution is here. So how do we bring these things together? It's by creating these research centers you mentioned. It's by training people capable of conducting quality trials, quality research, where the problem is. You don't want Africa or young researchers in Africa being just data collectors for researchers somewhere in big universities, and they publish those data from Africa, from these small health centers, collected by people struggling even to treat patients for their academic interests and levels. So in my previous work, we've published a number of articles about this issue. So now I'm highlighting it because it has existed and it's not being addressed. We need to build capacity of researchers, of implementers. We need to build these centers you mentioned. This is a great initiative. Let's really do it in a way that in the next 5 years we move from 2%, at least we go to 10%. This is doable. Health data repository, access even to data, to information, has been a challenge. Those articles that are being published in big journals that has existed for 100 or 200 years are not even accessible to that person who collected the data in a small health center somewhere in West, East, or South Africa. You have to pay to access your own data published in the journal by scientists who never came to help you to collect the data. Can you imagine that? You have to pay to access your own data. You collect it for people, for institutions that are not helping you to even build your own local capacity. That is a big, big issue. I'm glad you're thinking about it. This data repository is access to data that are helping you to implement better policies and actions to reduce the disease burden to our communities. Last is leadership, not least. Leadership is key. It's governance. Leadership starts from the local communities to our health systems to our own institutions. And this is also a driving force for all these changes that we need to build. It's a leadership academy to have young people who are thinking that what they have experienced in 2022 or 23 is not going to be the same in 2030 or 2040 when we have all retired. That our next generation should not be experiencing, speaking the same statistics that I'm sharing with you today. So, to be brief, by experience, after crisis, after pandemics, there have been good things. Good example is the World War I and II. That's where antibiotics were first discovered by Alexander Fleming. And after we've seen the evolution, technology has boomed after those crises. I'm not saying we should have crises to improve or to move faster, but sometimes it teaches that, oh, we really stayed behind. This is not a problem. So I hope from COVID, we've learned lessons that we are one on this small earth that we need to work together, global south, global north, to solve problems everywhere they are. We invest where the problem is so that it doesn't affect all of us. So I want to thank you and to officially open this conference on health for all. We promise that as Ministry of Health, with different actors in our sector, we always work with you and others who are not here to improve health in our continent and beyond. Thank you. Have a great conference.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think I told you we'll be catching up with time, and we have actually done that by now. I've seen a few people being tempted to go into their phone. So I want to do something. You know, Haiti is being born, which means it's also being born on social media, isn't it? Would you like to follow Haiti for those who do social media? So, I think I may have to write. Can I get someone write for me this on this flip chart? One of the teams. I can see somebody wants to volunteer. Yes. Yes. Haiti needs to be born, so we need to give it at least the number of social media following here on Twitter. I'm sure RBC may want to follow Haiti, and we shall follow you back. We are very generous, by the way. Because it's so good to, you follow me, I follow you, and there's no boundaries, isn't it? So he's writing in the wall there, and somebody can take a photo and then start circulating, at least to get some social media following, because now we are being told that we are moving towards digital. And I'm sure we can be able to interact, because then you can follow what IT is doing, and we follow what you are doing, and then we can do so many things together. So as that is ongoing, I think we have finished the first part of this. We're supposed to finish by 10:30 and we are 10:24. Incredible. Please, would you please put your hands together for the team that has guided us through that session? Minister, you said something very interesting. Do you know the richest place in the world? Someone once said, which is the richest place in the world? Which is the richest place in the world? Cemetery. Cemetery is the richest place in the world. I'm trying to unveil to you the Haiti spirit. Because we are going for conferences. This is Kigali Convention Center. Do you know how many ideas have been presented at this convention center? And how many of them are on their way to the grave, which is the richest place in the world? We designed this conference. You will see later on, that's why we are going to have speakers here. You are not a speaker to tell us how much research you have done. In fact, Minister, why I like the fact you have chosen not to use titles. There are so many titles in this room. In fact, I like how you have said how the body, the soul, and the mind comes together. As religious, for those of us who are, we believe that a healthy body, the soul, a healthy soul can only live in a healthy body. Because if you're a Christian and you are sick, you might even be tempted to reject God. And if you are hungry, you might be tempted to steal. In fact, St. Augustine says you need a minimum amount of money even to be a Christian. Minimum. Because if you cannot baptize your child, baptism, Father, is it free? Fathers are here. Do you offer free baptism? They say yes, but there are some dues you have to pay, you have to buy a card, isn't it? You cannot reach to church by walking. So you could see that the body, the soul, and the mind must be together in Ubuntu spirit. And they must coexist. The Spirit of Haiti conference we are having today is that we are going to have action tracks. And the presentations are not about how much research you have done, which is right. I was talking to Dr. Karanja, Dr. Macharia, who is here. Jared, please wait for him, they can see you. Him and John Paul wrote a paper on universal health coverage. And I'm sorry to expose them. They confessed to me that it's gathering dust. Honorable Minister, how many proposals have you had people presenting great ideas, yet they remain on paper? But you must have gone for so many conferences and people came with great ideas. Then they go home with bags, carrying brochures, then they leave them in the offices. Who has this thing in the offices? Bags, carrying conference packages on how to change the world, and yet they can't even change the office where these bags are. So this conference, Minister, let us commit to you that what we have said, we want to do. And I like what you told us outside there and you repeated here, that it's about the commitment, the religious, which is about the heart, the soul, isn't it? But also the commitment to do. So we will live here being committed, and the action tracks, I know you won't be there with us, but I'm sure we're going to give you a report on what are the next steps. And the DG, Professor Claude, we're going to also tell you what are the next steps, how we can work with you, so that we don't keep these conference packages in some corridor, and then the ideas in the head goes to the grave. There will be actionable statements we're going to do. So in this part, because this was happening, I would urge that all of us will rise up and then we'll take a photo, all. There will be a photo for all. We know we have so many photographers. Me, I'm not a photographer. Me, I'm a professor. We earn by talking. But the people who arrange you how to ensure all of us take the photos are the experts here who are the photographers. So could you please start preparing for that? We will not take a photo, all of us, then all the speakers. So Minister will hold you just for a little bit because there's a media interview for you. Betsy will do a media interview. Father Charles, I think Father Charles, I sorry forgot to say, maybe I don't have a future in politics because he's my boss. I was supposed to tell you he's the Executive Director of Africa Health and Economic Transformation Initiative at Haiti. At the same time, he is the chair of the Board of Trustees. We have set up a Board of Trustees, and that Board of Trustees, the members are here. Because you're leading minister, I'll just ask them to rise up, then you can see their faces. Some of those sisters, they are not just sisters, some of them are very educated, they are PhDs, they are professors, so they have everything. So could you just have our board members rise up so that they could be seen? Dr. Jim McPhee is there. So Father Charlie, you know him. We have Father Ishmael. They will not be speaking because we don't want speeches. We have Dr. Karen. We have Dr. Ann. Her name is so hard. Anpofu. Yes. And then you have Dr. Jim McPhee. And you'll allow me to say just one thing also. You know, I'm trying to be a politician. That Dr. Jim McPhee, if you go to Kenya, anybody who knows finance, like a serious guy must first raise hands. He's the one who would introduce financial accounting in Kenya. He's a professor in Strathmore, and he sits in several boards. He's joining us to ensure that our finances would be done well. But not only that, even many more other ideas that will come. So board members, thank you very much. You can have your seat. So I will invite you to come in front, guided by the person guiding is ready. You guide how people will take the photos, how people will stand, because this is not my area. Adam Smith taught us it is not good to be everything, isn't it? Some kind of specialization helps things to go right. So the specialist in photography, could you come and take the microphone and guide photography? After the photography, we shall have Ibre. And the speakers go for the media interview. That is the guidance. So after the photography, everybody else who has not spoken, can go have tea to get energy to come think. While those who have spoken will do their media interview, then they will join us. I also want to urge that all the presenters, because after the tea break we are beginning our presentations, please send your presentation, ensure it is in that computer over there, because we don't want any time to be wasted in transitioning between MacBook Air to, I don't know, MacBook Pro to, I don't know, you know those things. We just don't want the noise there, we just want to focus on action. I'm sure that they'll guide you in the computer just right from here where your presentation can be put. So, the photographer.
Good morning. Please allow us to come in front here. Sorry, can come in the front here, where we are going to take a group photo.
Trying to get your attention, please. To be able to do this in a very short time possible, we would like to have Yeah, we can try and squeeze at the second line, please. There's no help. You can also join them if you have a space here. It's fine. A few people can join here. Can we have to? Can we try and squeeze everybody there? Like, we can have even the third line behind there, the squeeze. More people can join behind with the third line. I think it's not happening. Everybody must be in the picture, except those who are taking pictures. No, we don't need chairs. Please make sure that you all can see the lenses, and few people can't see your faces, beautiful faces. Thank you very much. Well done, well done.
So you can, those who are not speakers, you can go for a tea break, and we convene at 11. And remember, we are using no more time now. At 11 exactly, we come back. There's no variance in the conference. Only in other areas we have variance. So, Father Charles, the minister, Professor Claude, please come in front for a media interview. It's going to be brief. And we start with your team so that we listen.
Shipped to Rwanda, and this is done through the collaboration and partnership between Rwanda with BioNTech to make sure that we have the infrastructures to locally produce vaccines. At the same time, also there's also need to make sure that also there's a strong regulation for medicine, and for that there is a Rwanda Food and Drug Administration that has been strengthened to really ensure that they're ready to assess, but also to make sure that the vaccine or any other product is of quality before going to the market. At the same time, also there is a need also to really make sure there is the workforce to really operate those vaccine manufacturing industries. And there's also currently a discussion to really make sure that we also have the capacity building for our workforce to be able to operate in those industries.
twumvise kontinasi zizaza muri ntangiriro y'umwaka kugera u Rwanda muri make mwavuga ko duhagaze gute bijyanye no kuba iriya gahunda yatangira mu kinyarwanda gatoya
Savuga byinshi kuri vaccine. Sibyo.
Bashaka kumenya ibijyanye
abandi murabakorera
n'ikigega twumvise gutangizwa muri iyi nama want to have impact fund bashaka kumenya ibyo
so kuri health fund impact ni igitekerezo dushigikira nk'u Rwanda. Igitekerezo ni kimwe n'izindi bitekerezo yo kongeraho ubushobozi kugira ngo dufashe amasosiyete cyangwa se amakampani cyangwa se no gushyiramo infrastructures kugira ngo izo initiative yo gukora ingingo cyangwa se imiti mu Rwanda zibashe kugerwaho. So iyi tuvuze kuri initiative ni ukuvuga ko African Health and Economic Transformation Initiatives ni initiatives yatangiye n'abajesuite Kenya bakoranye n'abandi bakorana n'izindi universite kugira ngo babashe kumobiriza amafaranga izafasha abanyafurika kugira ngo bashyire mu bikorwa izo nganda zo gukora ingingo cyangwa se izindi miti muri Afurika. So iyi conference ni conference duteganya ko iyi initiative izaba itangiye mu mugaragaro. Muri nama hazabaho kuganira ku buryo iyi initiative izashyirwa mu bikorwa kandi Rwanda tumva ko tuzakorana kugira ngo natwe tubashe kubenefitinga kuri iyo initiative.
Murakoze cyane.
Health Fund?
Yeah.
Ubuntu. Yeah, so we are establishing the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund. First of all, it's a fund, which means.
Just want to start.
Okay. Okay. I should be looking at you.
It's okay.
I should be looking at you.
If you want, it's all right.
Okay. Yeah. So we are establishing the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund, which is a way of incentivizing pharmaceutical innovation and production in and for Africa. As you know, to innovate, to produce pharmaceuticals and diagnostics, you need funding. But in the current scheme of things, okay, which is guided by the TRIPS model, there's more innovation and more pharmaceutical production in the north, in the developed north or the west. And because that's why there is a promise of profit when innovation is done. But what this fund will do is that it will promise to reward those innovators And those pharmaceutical producers who are producing for Africa or are repurposing their medicines to have an impact on African disease and bring down the disease burden. That's why we have the word impact. Yeah? And there's the other word, Ubuntu, Health Impact Fund, because this fund is driven by humanity, by those innovators and researchers and experts who are concerned about what is going on in Africa. But while we appreciate that Ubuntu is enough and is good to promote what we want to do, we also appreciate that these people driven by humanity, by kindness, by concern, are also rewarded. So this fund will reward those who are practicing Ubuntu. Yeah. So we sort of give it to support them to ramp up production. As we know, one of the key blocks in the process of innovation, pharmaceutical innovation and production, is financing, and that's why we are providing this fund, which we hope to reach maybe 5 billion over the next 5 years. But for the next 1-2 years, we have built a fund to the tune of 100 million to support Africans or non-Africans who are producing in Africa and for Africa. As we know, there's very limited production of pharmaceuticals in Africa, to only 1%. And through efforts like the fund, we want to increase that, as the minister said, to at least 10%, and then keep growing.
How many countries are you in so far?
Well, we are in Haiti, we are a network of several people, so we are all over Africa. But in terms of the effort, we want to start regionally. Like, we want to do some efforts in West Africa, maybe through Ghana, where we've started, and Central Africa, where we are here in Rwanda and Congo, and East Africa in Kenya, as well as go to Southern Africa. But we want to do this, or we have a plan anyway, to do this very, very fast, because the problem is urgent and it needs urgent solutions.
Thank you.
Interacting with local officials, and are they supporting you?
Yeah, we, for example, here in Rwanda, we are in very good collaboration with the government in general, and especially through the Rwanda Biomedical Center, the RBC, as well as the Ministry of Health itself. Well, that's why you saw the minister is here. And this, what we're doing and working on together, will not end in this conference. We have a plan for greater collaboration, you know, because we really believe that we are Pan-African, and we really believe that what Rwanda is doing is an effort not only for Rwandans, but for the rest of Africa. So we are in very good collaboration space.
Speaking of Pan-Africanism, you're dealing with different countries,
yes,
that have different regulations,
yeah,
different institutions. How do you plan to harmonize all that and to bring them all on board to participate?
Yeah, one of the efforts of Haiti is advocacy, and we are also not only working with individual governments like Rwanda, we are also working at the level of AU organizations like the CDC and the AU NEPAD, who are focused on this topic. And one of the issues that you have really brought out, which is our concern, the disparate regulation mechanism all over Africa. And if we go that way, we will not be able to defeat disease. So we are working with them and several others to push for harmonization of regulation, so that, for example, when something is approved in Rwanda, which is a member of the AU, that should be approved for the rest of Africa, just as it is in the AU. So we are not only focusing on production of medicines, but also ensure that there is the requisite and right policy context, including regulatory mechanisms that are harmonized. Yeah, so that what we're thinking about are the 1.3 billion people in Africa. You're not thinking about Rwanda alone. You know, we cannot defeat the problems we're facing at the level of a country alone. We need collaboration, as we heard from the minister. And trust me, we're really working hard to work with others so that regulation structures are harmonized.
Then Haiti will be one among many advocacy institutions in that area.
In that
Do you
regard.
have specific tools that will ensures you that your advocacy will one reach further or at least be effective in some countries?
Yeah. The biggest tool I can say is our strategy. As you saw, we are collaborating with governments, engaging them at bilateral level, but we're also working at multilateral level with the AU, plus other international organizations that we are working with. So we have some very good relationships, and so we will not push alone. We will work. We are already working together with others, and this involves those in policy, those in academia, those in the civil society, so that we work together for greater impact.
Have you faced any pushbacks so far?
Yeah, but they are minimal because it's just the slowness sometimes of the movement, which, like as you rightly put it, we need to have strategy to like really ensure that things go fast because diseases don't wait. As you and I speak, people are dying, so we can't wait anymore and any longer. And as you know, we are also representing a very widespread network of faith-based or Catholic organizations, and that way we are able to reach various countries and ensure that we engage at that level as well. Yeah. This funding is a cocktail. It's a mix of various funds. Yeah, there's what we call impact investors. That means there are those investors that are interested in doing good, to have impact, and they would like to deploy their resources, their financial resources, in an effort like this. And so we have a promise in there through impact investment. The other bit will come from donations. Yeah? We've already engaged donations from philanthropists, and both at individual and organizational level, as well as we're mobilizing support from developed or rich nations. So it's a mix, and we've designed it that way. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Efforts going on in Africa to try, to saying there's a lot of efforts now underway in Africa to try to empower the pharmaceutical production industry. What is the U.S. doing to help in this regard?
So I think we talked a little bit about the World Trade Organization and the intellectual property rules at the World Trade Organization. Father Charlie had referenced that we worked with African governments and other World Trade Organization members to have a waiver of some of those rules at the request of the African delegations in order to be able to facilitate production of COVID vaccines in Africa.
Are there any challenges, if you have looked at what Africa is doing now? Are there some challenges that you can single out that you need to address
I think part of this initiative that is being launched today recognizes that there are a number of different challenges. I think they talked about some of the policy challenges, financing challenges, logistics. I think we need a range of solutions to be able to address the problem. And what we did at the World Trade Organization is part of that broader conversation.
Today is the birthday of Aheti here in Kigali. The most important thing is that Aheti is not just a conference we are organizing for people to present papers and ideas. Aheti is being launched with 7 products. Like one of them is Ubuntu Fund, which will be a fund that is targeting $6 billion fund to improve the robust manufacturing of pharmaceuticals in Africa. But before that, the second child must be born after Ubuntu Fund, which is the biomedical research facilities, where we shall collect genomic data, because in that facility, we've been told that Africa has the highest gene variation. And with the highest gene variation, if we collect that data and add to the global pool, because the global pool of data for genes in the world, Africa contributes only 1%. While that means that the medicines or therapies being developed in the world don't target Africa. So by collecting that data, we're able to do precision medicine, because now we shall be doing medicine that links to the genes that are in Africa. So that's the second child. The third child, we shall have a data repository where after this genomic data has been collected, we shall get data in all health informatics, like number of beds, number of facilities, diagnostics machines, everything that's about health, we shall collect and have this data repository for the rest of Africa, so that you can have a one-stop shop for all data that you need in health. And the fourth child is now a pharmaceutical tech lab, now where we shall do molecular trials, clinical trials, after you collect the data, so that you can actually end up now doing the candidates for medicine as therapies for helping Africa recover from the diseases. And of course, the fifth child after that will be how can we be able to train the human resource for health so that they can be able to manage all these things we are talking about. The seventh child is primary health care, because before somebody swallows a medicine in their mouth, your work is not complete. You can manufacture, you can do research, but the last mile, the key performance indicator, is how many Africans can access essential drugs in their homes when they can take them and swallow them. And the last one, which is the seventh child, is how can Africa showcase what they have done? And that's what we call Africa Health Expo. There will be annual Africa Health Expo, the first one beginning on 14th of June this year to 17th of June. So that's what we are passionate about, because we have discovered that because market failure is real, there's a shrinking role of the states. States have not been able to offer this essential commodity, which is health. Now we have to have Ubuntu spirit, because the world is driven by passion, by love, much more than economics. I know people like money, but it starts by what you feel in your heart. What do you want to feel for the other? That's we call it Ubuntu. And we welcome you to this Africa for All movement. It is not just for us as a Haiti, but we want the whole Africa to join us so that we can walk this journey together. Thank you.
Yes, Lord. What is your last word, your input, and the takeaway? I've been so very interactive, as a motivator to the research and science. So what is your last word as an African? Do you think as an African, as you are resilient, as you take, you put a seed? What is your last word you can address, all over the world?
My last word as the CEO of Haiti, we have what is called can-do mentality. There are so many things Africans have been told they can't do. And I can tell you we can do it. In fact, Africa has leapfrogged the world with mobile technology, where we have mobile money. Because of technology and genomic data we are going to collect, Africa will leapfrog the world in pharmaceutical production. I believe in it. We are believers. Because we can see it, we'll make it happen. Thank you. Sure. Thank you.
The first estate is the public sector. They are the first where the minister was, that is the first estate. The second estate is the private sector, who are seen here mostly. The third estate is the civil society. And the civil society, NGOs form the third estate. The fourth estate is the media, to report the three estates. So we have just finished with the fourth estate. Of course, the interviews about what was taken today, because we don't want anything to be lost. Now we want to move into the panel discussions. And the first panel is going to come forward. I'm looking at John Paul. Are you the one coming? So I would like to take this chance to invite the first panel. Their presentation has already been uploaded, and this panel will be run by John Paul Omoto. I don't know what his title is, but let me talk about what I know that he has done. John Paul Omoto he works for PATH. John Paul Omoto has been very instrumental in working with the African Union, or if you like, the ADUEA, NEPAD, in developing what is called pharmaceutical manufacturing plan for Africa. And of course I'll challenge him because he told me that has been done for over 7 years, isn't it? So in Africa we can spend 7 years to plan, isn't it? But we have not yet manufactured. So you will have to ask them the questions that you can ask. But I want to give him the microphone so that he can call his panel to come forward and then guide us in that panel with that very little challenge. I don't think you mind too much when I make this joke over you, Paul.
Thank you so much. When my seniors speak, I listen. And I oblige. I hope I'm fine being here. It's still morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, see Michelle there. Hi. We are having a very exciting first session, which is in your program, it's written the plenary session. And we're going to speak about access to safe, effective, affordable, and quality medicines in Africa. The challenges and the recommendations. I think as we are looking at this topic, we really need to start thinking through what does access mean. Health experts in this room understand that health access would have many faces. And when we're talking about the challenges and the recommendations in the access, the effectiveness, what does effectiveness mean? And how then do you measure effectiveness within the health sector as we're thinking about medicines, as we're thinking about the service delivery? What does effectiveness mean? Affordability. When do we do trade-offs for affordability, especially when you're looking at the cost? And is cost the only way of looking at affordability? The other one is around the quality. And when we were doing, you remember, it was mentioned that we did the benefits package, the essential benefits, UHC essential benefits package. My professor Kokwaro told me, how then do you measure quality? And he used the acronym STEEP, which I would expect our panelists to speak about. And therefore, I think the people will help us unpack this further through real-life situations, real-life experiences, real-life work. A great team of panelists, and I would ask them to come in front. And please, as I call each one of them, I would just ask you to join me through the following. Just do like this, clapping. Let's try that. For each one of them. So the first person that I would like to speak to, or rather to come, is Eugenia Mpofu, who is the PhD Associate Professor of Economics, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Let's go. The second would be Father Francois Kabore, who is the PhD and Professor of Economics, Kosam Jesuit University of Science, Burkina Faso. Let's do it again. And then we do have one of our very own from Kenya, Dr. Robert Karanja, the co-founder and Chief Innovation Officer of Vilgro Africa. Robert Karanja, he always has a hat. Thank you so much, Robert. Welcome. And I'm not sure whether we have Noela. Noela would not be here from the RBC, and I would not want to ambush Dr. Cloud. But I think Dr. Noela Bikirima was meant to join us. I'll be advised on whether she'll be able to join. Otherwise, Dr. Noela is the Deputy Director of the Rwanda Biomedical Center, and I think at some particular point we might give any of the colleagues just to say a word or so, because we might not have our talking points. So thank you so much, colleagues, in this. And I know you already have your presentations ready. I would ask that I start with Sister Eugenia with your presentation to really speak to us about access to safety, effectiveness and affordability and the quality of medicines in Africa, looking at those challenges and recommendations and those concrete things that we can get from this point, from this conference. I think we were told we are no longer theoretical, we are going action, we are going to be action oriented. Welcome, sister.
Yeah, I think we can go this end so that it makes it easy.
Yeah.
If this thing is too tall for some people, you don't want it down here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think, can we... Sister Eugenia. They're just setting it up.
No. Maybe if you... How did you write? Apologies for the small delay. And maybe I ask some colleagues to help me move this down here. So that...
It's that late.
I think when now you can, I don't know whether put this. Yes. Put it on the side somewhere.
Oh, she can stand here. She can even stand without.
Yeah, so you maybe stand. Yeah, so that you are here, it doesn't block you. You don't even need to, but you can just. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I'm happy to be here. Thank you all, the organizers, for inviting me. And as you can see, talking about access to safe, effective, affordable, and quality medicines in Africa. I'm going to focus on factors or challenges that affect these factors. And my name is Eugenia Ampofu. How do I change? My name is Eugenia Ampofu, and I teach at the Economics Department of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. I'm also a sister. I belong to the Daughters of the Most Holy Trinity. We are in Ghana, or we are also known as the FST Sisters. Okay, so just for a start, I'll give an outline of the presentation. First, there will be an introduction, and we'll look at the specific challenges in the area of assessing safe, effective, and quality medicines. And then I'll give some recommendations. So to start with an introduction, I think we've heard a lot about the situation of the health situation in Africa, that we suffer from so many other diseases like high mortality, high morbidity when it comes to malaria, tuberculosis, and HIV. And in 2015 alone, about 1.6 people died from these diseases. And if you look at the whole world, malaria cases, about 90% of them occur in Africa. HIV is still taking a lot of lives in Africa. More than 70% of deaths that occurred in 2011 were from Africa. And in children, a lot of children also dying from pneumonia. It used to be malaria, but because malaria has received a lot of attention, it's become less dangerous, but pneumonia is taking over. So we are still being attacked from left and right by all these diseases. And so the question is, what is causing these problems? What is causing this adversity? And one of the main problems is lack of access to safe, effective, affordable, and quality medicines. And so let's look at the factors or the challenges that is causing this. Let's start with, can I come down? Thank you. Okay. So as you saw from the outline, the high cost of raw materials is one of the challenges that we are facing. And when we talk about raw materials for medicines, we have the active pharmaceutical ingredients and we have the inactive pharmaceutical ingredients. And when you look at these active pharmaceutical ingredients alone, there are various sources. And they move from plants to synthetic ones. So we have plants, animal, microorganism, marine, minerals, synthetic, semi-synthetic, biosynthetic. They are all there. They are all very important sources that are needed. And these are playing a very important role when it comes to the cost. And how do they contribute to the cost? If you look at Africa, most of the drugs that we produce, the ingredients that are needed to produce those drugs are imported. About 95% of the active ingredients are imported. And it's not only the active or the raw materials that are imported, the equipment that are used for the production are also mostly imported. And why is that a problem? Okay, now, if the raw materials are imported, it means that it's going to increase the time or the lead time, the amount of time that is needed to produce the product. You have to wait for the inputs to be transported from outside before they reach where you are, and that increases the time, and you know that time is cost. It adds to the cost of production. In addition, usually suppliers give what you call credit terms. Like if you're able to pay them within a short time or within a stipulated time, you get some discount. When you have to wait for a long time to get your inputs in, it means that that credit terms is going to be eaten into, and you end up paying more for your input and adding to your cost. And of course, in many countries, a lot of these inputs are subject to taxes, and they don't get refunds for that. And there's also this argument that the producers, the outside producers of these inputs can also be competitors because they're also medicine producers. And so they may have the incentive to delay or to add to the cost of these inputs, so that by the time it gets to you, become less competitive. And they will send their own final product back to Africa for us to sell. And of course, if you are going to import a lot of your inputs, your business is subject to exchange rate risk, and we don't know what it means. Okay, in addition to this, the fact that we import everything, you also need to look at the type of input that are used for production. Well, currently, given technology, the technology that we have now, if you use more of these synthetic inputs, it's much cheaper and the quality is better. But then you have to have the technology. The type of technology that is needed is currently not available in our part of the world. So we are subject to this problem. And consequently, the cost of production remains high. And when the cost of production remains high, the output becomes more expensive and less affordable to the poor. Not only this, not only do we import a lot of the inputs, we also import a lot of medicines into Africa from outside. And as you've already heard, if you look at the global production of pharmaceutical manufacturing, 3%, only 3% of these products are produced within Africa. And the sub-Saharan Africa alone, between 70 and 90% of medicines that we consume are imported from all over the world. Okay, and we know the consequences of this, and we felt this a lot during the pandemic when there was supply chain interruption, and when there was shortage of essential medicine, and people lost their lives as a result of this. We know, according to research, locally manufactured goods are more able to penetrate into the remote areas than the imported ones. It's more likely to find a lot of imported or donated medicines, expired in the shelves of regional medical stores than to find that for the locally manufactured drugs. And as a result of this, many drugs are not available. Sometimes not necessarily because they are not there in the country, but they have not yet been distributed. There are countries that have very good distribution mechanisms, like Ghana has adopted the drone. Then that takes a lot of time. But with the drones, they're able to send a lot of these medicines to the remote areas. But you have to be prepared to pay for the cost. Not only do we depend on countries for medicines, we also have a very poor supply chain system. Okay, and that is a big problem. When we're talking about supply chain, we're looking at the network, the network of all those involved, individuals, resources, companies that are involved for the production of a given output. Okay, so when they are not well managed, you can be sure that things may not go as we expect. And when you talk about poor supply chain system, we are not only looking at the supply chain within Africa, but it may also be outside as well. If you are importing a lot of your products, it's difficult to keep track. Even if you have a very good monitoring system, it's very difficult to keep track of the supply chain that starts from another country to make sure that you monitor to ensure quality is assured. It's very expensive and it's very difficult. So in general, we say that counterfeit drugs that are produced globally, 42% of these are produced within Africa. And some studies have shown, they looked at a lot of medicines produced in Ghana, they concluded that 39% of them were substandard. And when they did the similar study in Nigeria, they found that it was 64%. And I'm using these countries because that's where I come from. I didn't want to touch any other country because I know that these are not the only two countries that have these problems. Okay, so as a result of this, what do we have? We have shortage of essential, safe, effective, quality medicines. And when you go to our retail pharmacy shops, there is shortage. If you go to the OECD countries, you get above 90% of such drugs available. But when you come to our part of the world, about less than 40% of them will be available in public stores. Okay, and this is where the bulk of the population is supposed to access healthcare. They go there and the medicine is not available. The same thing even with the private sector, it's less than 60%, but when you go there, it's more expensive. So even though the drug may be available on the market, you may not be able to buy it. So it's not accessible to you. So we have high mortality rates simply because of this, not just we don't have the drugs, because we can't afford it. Okay, so we have the government coming in. Now, as I'm talking about all this, the question will be like, what is the government doing? What is the government doing? If you look at African pharmaceutical manufacturing, most of them are small and privately owned. They are not governmental. Of course, we have some publicly owned pharmaceuticals, like in Tunisia's Mozambique and South Africa and Algeria as well. We have some pharmaceuticals there that are owned, or which government have a lot of shares in their operation. But in general, as a result of this low investment from governments in the pharmaceutical world, we have inadequate infrastructure for the distribution of medicine. I mentioned Ghana. that is trying to use the drone to ensure that medicine is distributed to the remotest areas in Ghana. But this is just one of the few countries that are doing that. In many countries, people in the remote areas die simply because there's no medicine available to them. Okay. And then, when you're looking at the expenditure on medicines, you're looking at the components. Very often, 60% in Africa and India, 60% of them is borne by the individual. Because the government only bears about 40%. So it's more market than public. Even though we are talking about health being a right, and then becoming health being availability of the affordability, your ability to have access to it. So there's weak government regulations. And because the government is not up to task when it comes to monitoring to ensure that things are done properly, quality of the drugs that are in the shops are questionable. And as a result, we have problems with affordability, the high cost, with quality, safety, and then the effectiveness of our medicines. So, what do? Just because they said I had only 10 minutes, I had to limit it to 1 page for recommendations by SPACT. So obviously from what we have looked at so far, what I've mentioned so far, we need to look at local production of essential medicines. We want them here. If we are able to produce medicines right here in Ghana, it will reduce the lead time. And when it reduces the lead time, it means that credit that is given to producers by suppliers can be taken advantage of, and the cost of raw materials could go down. It will not take too long for manufacturers to manufacture a given drug. So what can we do to be able to achieve this? Okay, we know that pharmaceuticals or producing medicines is very complicated. It's very involving and it's highly capital intensive given our current technology. So we may not be able to do it alone. Africa may not be able to do it alone. There is only an African company or Africans only or all that. But we will have to do what we call collaboration. Public-private partnership. The government cannot stay out. The government has to be part of it. The private sector can come in. And the NGO as well. By NGOs, I'm looking at faith-based organizations, like the churches, the Catholic Church, and the other churches as well. You can. And this can take the form of technology transfers. I think something like this is occurring now with the help of WHO for some of the countries in Africa for the production of vaccines here in Africa. We can look at technology transfers brought here as a starting point, so that the originators can allow companies here in Africa to use or to adapt the given technology, or maybe modify it a little bit to suit what is good for Africa or to suit our needs, so they'll be able to produce the type of medicines that will be able to treat the diseases that affect us. The production of input. So when we're talking about local production, we're not just looking at the final products, we're looking at the very beginning as well. So we're looking at the production of raw materials, both the active and the inactive ones, ingredients, equipment for production can also be considered right here. So that in the process, it will reduce the lead time for production and reduce the cost of production, and consequently make medicines more and more affordable to our people. Of course, you can also start somewhere with filling, finishing, and packaging. So put all of these together and get the whole supply chain put together for our consumption. Now, to be able to do this, remember I said that there is, it's capital intensive, so we need innovative financing. We should be able to attract foreign investment. You know, one thing that typically we are not good at is that when we sign partnership contracts, Africa has been signing a lot of contracts. When we sign these contracts, they don't really end up favoring us as much as they should. So when we are signing contracts, for such purposes. We want to make sure that there is job creation within Africa. That kind of contract that you are entering in is able to promote economic growth. There is enough local content so that not only do we consume the end product, we are able to get a job that will help us to afford those products that are being produced so that we improve the health of the individuals or of the people. And because of our poor supply chain system, we have substandard quality or substandard medicines. If you are able to improve monitoring to ensure that the products that come out of our factories are of high quality, people will be able to have access to quality healthcare, irrespective of where they live within Africa. We need Haiti, for example, to be able to lead this kind of operation or project, so that there will be some trust. There should be some trust in locally manufactured goods, that they have been approved by Haiti. If they are approved by Haiti, people may start to think that, oh, made in Africa can also be of high quality. We need something like that, a new thing. Of course, as I said, there is absolutely no way you can do this without the government. The government also has to come in to ensure that there is direct or indirect foreign investment. You can't do that without the government. The government has to come in to ensure that the regulations are well followed and well kept. The government has to ensure that the regulations are even, there are policies, and there are these policies that are effective as well. The government has to come in to ensure the collaboration works. The commitment of the government cannot be overstated. So with this, I believe that we'll be able to ensure that people will have access to safe, quality, effective, and affordable medicines. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Round of applause. I think we had a pattern to take. Let's take the pattern. 1, 2, 3. We forgot it. Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, Sister Eugenia. I think you really provided us and articulated some of the things that really are aiding the access, affordability, and quality. You've talked quite a lot about why we are where we are, the issues of importation, the issues of our dependence, the issues of poor supply chain, government involvement, and provided very clear recommendations, right from increasing local productions, collaborations and coordinations, innovative financing. You had of strengthening the regulatory landscape and government involvement and leadership in that. Thank you so much. I think because of time, I would quickly request Father Francois Kabore to come in. We will have 10 minutes. I'll ask that you try and keep time because we started a little bit late with this session, and I would like to keep to the script that was there before, where we start in time and finish in time. So thank you and welcome. Let's welcome Father Francois. 1, 2, 3. Francois. Oh, I'm pronouncing this. Pardon me. Francois.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, Father Charles, for having me here. It's a real pleasure and an honor to be here. So, I'm Father Francois Pasitouan de Kabore. I'm originally from Burkina Faso in West Africa, and also working at Coastal Church University of Science and coordinating the Association of Church Universities in Africa and Madagascar. For this particular work, I collaborated with a friend, Frank Zongo, who who is a pharmacist working at the WHO in Chad in Central Africa. So, as we speak about the impact of human capital in the access to health in Africa, I want us to picture what I'm talking about when I think about Africa, because sometimes we don't realize that we live in a continent where I just came from India 2 days ago, and this is where India will feed China, US, and so on, and there is still a lot of space left. This is the continent we are talking about, please. And in terms of data, the landmass, it's 20% of the world landmass, 54 countries, 1.4 billion people, 75%, as you know, of our youth, of our population is youth as defined by the UN, 0 to 35 years old. But the number of doctors per capita is 18 for 100,000. This is what we are in Africa, compared to 1 doctor for 800 people in India, or 1 doctor for 500 people in China. And the number of nurses, we have 1.1 for 1,000 people in Africa. And in terms of resources, I do not have enough space to put it, because as you know, if you need any resource on this earth, you go to Africa and you find it. So, the question I want to raise here is, what explains the poor health delivery in Africa and how to solve it? As Freddie would say, we want to be action-driven. Specifically, the questions I would like to ask specifically are indigenous capabilities part of the story? And second, is international knowledge production environments, such as IPR, intellectual property, and the dynamics of innovation in the world, can that also explain the poor health delivery? So when I ask these questions, try to answer them, we follow some recommendations. So, as you can see, the hypothesis I'm putting here is that human capital and intellectual property rights are the major determinants of the poor quality access to health in Africa. And this is what I'm trying to show you, please. So to do so, I will clarify 2 things. First, NTDs, neglected tropical diseases, then the access to health, how I understand it. These are working definitions, and based on that, I will highlight 2 challenges. The first one is patenting and IPR, intellectual property rights, and traditional medicine. And second, my recommendations, I will have 3 of them: the issue of common properties, second, creativity and employment, and third, what I call the quadruple helix of knowledge economy. My area of expertise is knowledge economics, so I can speak only from what I know, please. So, neglected diseases. What is it? I'm not a medical doctor, but we have many of you here, and as you know, these are a lot of diseases, 20 of them at least, such as malaria, liver blindness, and so on, which affect mostly impoverished communities in tropical areas. That is basically in Africa. Please. The problem is, I often hear people say, well, malaria doesn't kill. As an economist, my point is not just for you to die. If you die, this is too bad, it's a loss. But the problem is we need to look at the economic consequences of it. Not only we have devastating health, social and economic consequences to more than 1 billion people according to the WHO, but more importantly, based on research done in Burkina Faso, those who are affected by malaria and liver blindness have their productivity reduced by 1/3. So even if you don't die, you are economically impotent. That's the issue. And that's something that's very, very crucial. More importantly, as we speak about human capital, which is a combination of education and health, and I'm going to come back to that later, all studies show that with good human capital and health, it increases your lifetime revenue by 3 to 14%, which means that when you are sick, even if you don't die, you're going to lose 3 to 14% of your revenue. So just don't count the dead people, count also those who cannot actually contribute properly to their economic life. So, you can forget this, but just to mention that when we talk about economic, production, wealth, and so on, we talk about technology. A, K is physical capital, L is labor, and H is human capital, like expertise. And you can see that this is like, most of the time we focus on K, which is 1/4 of all these things. And as a matter of fact, in terms of weights, K doesn't even weigh as much as human capital. Please. So when we talk about access to medicine, we can focus on availability. And I think yesterday in our small talk, Freddie mentioned that availability is one of the steps towards accessibility. You need to make it affordable. Sister Ejina mentioned it. You need to make it reachable. If I can afford a medicine here in Kigali, but the medicine is located up there in Tanzania, whatever is going to help me at all. But more importantly, the other piece that people don't often mention is the capability and the ability to even use it. If you are sick and you cannot swallow anything, and the medicine is in front of you, you are a dead person. This is accessibility, please. Based on that, what are our challenges? The first one is that we need to realize that we have a shortage of appropriate human capital. In our countries, as we know, all our universities are training unemployed people. It's shocking to say that, but that is the truth. We have a shortage of 2.3 million doctors, and that will increase to 4.3 million doctors by 2035. So, and we have done a study on 35 countries more or less, 32 African countries. It's a public data from 2013 to 2019, also checked with our own experience, and we find a negative correlation between the investment in human capital and also the current expenses on non-tropical inherited disease, which is shocking because normally human capital should have helped reduce the issue of inherited tropical diseases. But why is that the case? My hypothesis here is that there is a crowding out effect between human capital and inherited tropical diseases. What this means is that when our countries try to invest in education, for example, they don't have money anymore to go and pay for drugs and so on. Which means that actually it could even be the case that when we invest in education, it's not the type of education that can improve our health system. And the second challenge is brain drain. We have published some research on that with Cambridge University, but also I did some surveys on the ground. When you look at tertiary education level of African immigrants versus those who are in the continent, among the immigrants in the West, close to 30% of them have tertiary education when you take the diaspora. But on the continent, we have only around 5% who have tertiary education. So our brains are outside Africa. And when you look at country concentrations, those who are in Canada, almost 60% of them have tertiary education. In the US, close to 50%. Which means that on the continent we have 5%, but the most educated are out there in Canada, US, Australia, and so on. Please. Okay. This tells you the trend of the evolution of human capital from 1960 to 2019. And I want you to see the group of countries. On the top there, you have South Korea. In the bottom, you have Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire. In the middle, we have South Africa and China. From the 60s to 2019, you can see that, South Korea and South Africa started at the same time, but look at how they diverge in about 50 years. And you can understand what is happening in each country nowadays. More importantly, I look also at the gap. This is a graph that you need to understand that when the graph goes down, it means that they are closing the gap with the US, which is kind of the standard in terms of technology, for example. The country that just goes from the top there to the bottom here, which is closing the gap with the US, is China. But China started at the same level of technology as Burkina Faso in the 60s. Burkina Faso is still lagging up there with a huge divergence with China, while with the US, while China is catching up. And in the middle, we have also South Korea. That starts in the middle with Ivory Coast, and look at how they are catching up, while Ivory Coast is still diverging. This is the trend of human capital. So I'm going to skip this part because this is about traditional knowledge. I'm giving some statistics that we can discuss in the supplementary. Please go ahead for the sake of time. So patenting and IP, what should be the solutions? You know, intellectual property are the rights given to an inventor or someone who has created innovation. And to some extent, it gives the inventor exclusive rights. To that extent, we can say that it's a kind of temporary monopoly. And these can be patents, trademarks, copyrights, and trade secrets. You know, when we look, because of this patenting issue, you can see the market for pharmaceuticals that Sister Eugenia also mentioned. You know, North America also has a big share, Europe, Asia, then Africa, you cannot even read it because it's close to 1%, 0.7%. So, I have already mentioned about what is a patent, so in the discussion we'll explain this more if you like. So, the good thing about patents, however, is that after 20 years it can go in the public domain. And when it goes in the public domain, it means that everyone else who has the technology and the capability can actually use it for the benefit of its own population. A particular type of IPR, which is related to trade, was enforced in 1994, focusing on computer programs because this is a new technology that is developing. So what are my recommendations? 3 of them. 1, we need to promote common properties based on traditional knowledge. 2nd, creativity and employment. And 3rd, the cultural ethics, and this is where Haiti can factor in. So for traditional knowledge, as you already know, this refers to knowledge and innovation practices by indigenous people. And we tend to neglect that. But if our people were able to live for centuries and centuries, it means that they had the possibility to take care of themselves. And this also leads to jobs and innovation and creativity. As you know, nowadays you can fly to India, to Korea, to China, and when you go in these hospitals, you are free to choose whether you want to be cured in a kind of westernized way or through traditional medicine. And this is okay. Why can we do the same in Africa? Because we don't think that good quality can come from our local knowledge, and this is something that we should think about. 2nd, generics and expired patents. There are a lot of expired patents out there that we should and we could actually take advantage of, except that this is part of reverse engineering. If you are not able to have the capability to produce it, then you cannot even take advantage of it. When I was flying from India on Sunday, in the plane, I had 2 Indians coming to Burkina Faso. And the other one would stop in Burkina and then Mali. And they are selling drugs. Because they say they develop some drugs, but others they just take expired patents and they produce it. Why can't we do that? Because we don't actually have the technology and the capability. Please. The last recommendation is quality ethics. What does it mean? We need government, academics, industry, and civil society to work together. And I think that in this room, we actually have representatives from each part of these cultural ethics. And I think that Haiti can really play a role and make sure that this partnership and this networking happens. Because, you know, government should put the right rules. Academia should make sure that we have true and knowledge that is grounded on facts. And then industry should make it sustainable and affordable. And last but not least, civil society is important because, you know, if you just leave industries, then they are going to continue producing for those who can afford to pay. And I think that there's an ethical issue there, please. So in conclusion, I would say that You know, if we want to really care for access to good health, we need to make sure that we take or we turn our brain drain into brain gain. We make sure that those who stay in our continent don't suffer from brain silencing or brain atrophy. And last but not least, what I'm advocating is what I call economy, which is a type of management that promotes the prosperity and integral rising of the nations. And this has a spiritual component. We should not just look for the wellness of the body, but also the wellness of the heart and the mind, which means that we need to put a bit of ethics in it. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Francois. I actually get it right. I hope I get it right, Mr. Brown. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think you really nailed it. A lot of the time, I just want to really dwell on the issue of the brain drain. I know you've mentioned so many things, right, from the access, talked about the challenges of human capital. And I think in your last slide, you mentioned the issue of the atrophy, because the other day I was walking along our Ministry of Health corridors, and I asked myself how much are we making good use of the brains, the doctors, who are within those corridors but are not being utilized. That's part of the brain drain, because a lot of the time we're thinking about those who've left the continent, gone somewhere, and how much are we making good use of those who are already there, who would be making better use of their time for the good of the health and the health system. Thank you so much. I would have, gone and gone, but I really enjoyed your presentation, especially looking at our traditional knowledge. And I know there are some of the initiatives that are currently happening within the continent to try and both preserve, regulate our traditional medicine. However, that is still happening at very sparsely within small groups of people who are not speaking to each other. It was just last week when I was talking to somebody about the same, and I told them, the best thing that we can ever do about this traditional medicine is not for all of us to do small things in our small circle. How can we bring the regulator, the industry, those traditional men and women, and sit on a round table and start crafting this roadmap towards the direction we want to take? Because a lot of those molecules could be working, but we also need to understand the toxicity levels, we need to understand the effectiveness, the dosage, and that requires that end-to-end R&D for that, and of course that multi-sectoral approach to it. So the traditional medicine is really important. However, we cannot do it alone. We must call. So I'm hoping that IHT will also take that recommendation seriously, and in one of the subsets, we bring these traditional entities, the regulators, the governments, the traditional men and women, and really look at that area of work. Thank you so much. I would like now to invite Dr. Robert Karanja. Robert, you have exactly 10 minutes. We are slightly behind time. I would really like us to keep to the time. Welcome. Let us welcome Dr. Karanja. 1, 2, 3.
So, good afternoon. I'm going to be familiar territory in the sense of being the one between you and lunch. So I'll keep it short and sweet. But I'm also going to be very unfamiliar territory in terms of, I was actually grouped with amazing economists. We can start here. So I typically try to, that's not my slide. So I introduce myself just this time. I'm Robert Karanja. I am a biomedical scientist by background. Worked in Kenya for about 15 years. I was really convinced I was going to get the Nobel Prize for solving the issue of malaria. Why do we die from malaria? Then I realized I had a eureka moment that it's not about the medicine, it's really more about the poverty. And so I started thinking more like the economists. And I think today I've finally been validated by being put within this esteemed group of economists. Thank you so much for and sister. And today basically what I do is I work with Build to Africa, we're an early stage investor and business incubator, working with startups across Africa, working in the health and life sciences space. Besides that, I've also now become somebody who's quite active in shaping policy, so I can speak to that. Knowledge economy, how do we get this quadruple helix going? And so that's about me in short. Moving on, so we can get to that. Boss, you're making me very unpopular. Let's move on. Thank you. So this map of Africa is amazing because sometimes we really forget this part, and I just understate again that we are a vast continent. The key thing to note is that out of all of that, until the other day, we didn't have much of logistics or interconnectedness across our countries, 54 of them. How do we perform in terms of the health space? We are about 4% of the global market for drugs, about 3% of the global market for medical devices, diagnostics, 25% of the global disease burden. When you talk of some of these neglected diseases, it shoots up to even 90%, 80% for some diseases. And to me, I think, to sum it all up, I just we have the poorest health statistics on this planet, period. And why do we have that? It's not so much that we don't have the people. We are 1.2 today, but by 2050 2.3 billion. That's a massive market. But what's the purchasing power of this market? And then we understand the way the science, the business of the science works. The pharmaceutical industry is driven by profit. And so when you don't see the returns, and especially when you look at big pharma, pharmaceutical industry is the most profitable industry there is, bar none. Because they get big margins. Because they're able to get intellectual property rights. So profit absolutely spot on. So they look at Africa, they ask, why should I invest in R&D to produce for these people who are also, 9 times poorer than the global average? And that's where our main problem is. So I'm totally with the economists. Let's move on. So I thought to myself, let me speak as a scientist. I'm not used to doing this, but I wanted you to understand what we talk about when we say the neglected diseases. I did a lot of my research on Kala-Azar, leishmaniasis. And if you just follow the pattern, so this is, if you were sitting in a clinic and you have a few, these 2 kids come to you on this side, that's kind of how this disease will present itself. How many of you have ever heard of Kala-Azar? Just raise your hands. Oh, thank you. Now, when you look at that picture, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Is it this strange disease? No. It will be nutrition issues. Kwashiorkor, marasmus, I don't know what. So, differential diagnosis. By the time somebody thinks, let me test these kids for Kala-Azar, this is a fatal disease. And typically, not many children get that correct. You don't get enough time to get the correct diagnosis. So how do we overcome that? Number one, traditionally the diagnosis has always been horrible. That bottom picture there, that's what we call a spinal tap. Can you imagine? Telling this child, already looking this bad, to hunch over and you want to tap their spinal cord. And then from that, put it under a slide and then see whether you're going to identify the parasite. You mess it up, it's paralysis. Where are you doing this? In a health facility that is out in the middle of nowhere, because this is a disease affecting the marginalized communities. Are we getting it? So what's the alternative? The alternative is, can you work with rapid kits? Can you do PCR? Then the question is, where do these things come from? And I think, I thank God that at least now we've been moving away from the spinal tap to the rapid kits and the PCR. But let me tell you, all of this is important technologies. PCR, we need multiplex PCR, so that it's not this, something else. And then the other thing is also, don't forget when the clinical history will be told of the same issues of malaria, of typhoid, fever, chills, headache, joint pains. What is that? How many diseases carry that? And then now it comes finally to our topic of today, how do you treat this disease? The first line treatment, even in Kenya today, is sodium hypogluconate and paramomycin. Now, paramomycin is a repurposed drug. It's an antifungal. The sodium hypogluconate is what we call antimonials. These are compounds that have been used in the medieval ages There's no way they've ever passed any national regulatory authority. We don't know how they work, but you know there's some. They are as amorphous, you know, this is traditional medicine. It's not safe, it's toxic. So half of the neglected diseases we talk about, the patients are dying from the treatment as much as they're dying from the disease. And they came into the clinic looking like that. Are we together? Are we? Good. I come from the church. The church we get an amen now. But anyway, and so the question that I ask is, what do we have in our arsenal? What tools do we have at our disposal for dealing with this poverty-related neglected disease? And you've heard it from everybody else. That chart at the bottom is basically saying, even for drugs, we're importing too much everything. For pharmaceuticals, 99%. And that's our data for 2019, when COVID hit us in December, the following year. So you can now see the big picture of where we're in terms of the landscape for health. Let's go to the next. So I'm going to cut the chase and say, you heard what everybody else has said. I looked at it and asked myself, what can we do? And there's two kinds of pharmaceuticals we need to be aware of. We have the big compound, which is what is on the left hand. These are health technologies derived from chemistry. And then you have biologicals on the right hand. Now, there's some specific advantages of right hand over left hand. Partly because, like you had, the active pharmaceutical ingredient is not possible to produce it in Africa. Actually, the only places that it's been produced commonly is China and India, where they have already an underlying chemical industry, forget the pharmaceutical industry. So for us, we don't have a chemical industry. And so our pharmaceutical industry imports all of these APIs. For biologicals, you can be able to do everything from scratch. The API is of biological content, is of biological makeup, so we can be able to have everything A to Z of that value chain happening locally. Second thing is we also have the biologicals, then when you look at them, they're distinct in terms of the advantages they have. And I've listed them there. Highly effective, very specific, so you don't have issues to do of antimicrobial resistance and stuff like that. Side effects are much less, not carcinogenic, again can I say safe, and easier to produce because we're able to do everything. It's about culturing cells, it's about doing some fancy work with CRISPR or something else, and being able to work with DNA as a tool. And lastly, it's also a competitive edge. If you look at the current pharmaceutical industry, by and large, it's mostly biologicals that are coming to market. They are taking over and displacing the small compound drugs. Africa, I think, has 10% more genetic variation than the current reference that the industry is working. So being able to work in Africa is amazing because not only are you able to solve the problem here, but also able to do good for the world. For once you can start talking about reverse innovation, even within the pharmaceutical space. So biologicals allow us to be able to leap from where we're in the Stone Age in terms of can we set up a chemical industry, can we now have an innovative pharmaceutical industry, all the way to where can we not only solve our problems but solve for the rest of the world. And I think that is a big part for us. In terms of disadvantages, like I said, yes, the world is going towards biologicals, but we are not in that reference. So we're already in an era of precision medicine or precision public health. And the question we need to ask is, can Africa actually even afford to get people? Typically I used to talk about what's our drug security. Nowadays I talk what's our drugs innovation security, because we are being left behind an entire continent of and the diaspora. And then the other side of it is also that, like I say, this genetic diversity will actually necessitate us to start thinking about precision medicine like yesterday. So it's both an advantage and a disadvantage, but to me, either way I look at it, I believe that we need to start thinking about biologicals, not waste too much time in terms of the small compound. We have some generic industry that's going to do some work. We need to support that, of course, but understand how do we solve the challenges. And why do I keep talking about this? Go back to leishmaniasis, the Kalaza. What's the best approach for Kalaza? Can you come up with an mRNA vaccine that can just eliminate that disease? Why? Because when we are talking about importing that SSP plus PM, we're not even manufacturing it. The other place that is also an issue tends to be India. They are piecing it out. Then we'll be dependent on manufacturers that are not even party to the issues that we're talking about. So we do need to really move much faster. Moving to the next, and just before we go, no, my color scheme backfired on me. I'm going to read out that part for you. But I wanted to point out why I believe we can also do biological that last picture, that it's not like we don't have a place to build on. Is there anybody who's not seen a city that's near them in the red spot in this room? That's what it's here. And that's simply because, Zambia, Lusaka is there. But actually, you can't get it. So the key thing here I want to point out is that we've actually invested in terms of life sciences R&D in this continent for decades. We suck at engineering, and give that, it's true. But for life sciences, we know we have a really strong starting point that we should be able to leverage. And this data from 2010. I know it has continued to grow. Let's go to the next slide. What was I trying to say with this slide? I think I can't read my own handwriting, as they say about doctors. So allow me to read for you from my smaller screen. The key thing I wanted to highlight is that if you're talking about addressing Africa's health challenges, we can't walk away from the issue of poverty. This is what we call a vicious cycle. And we're doing that again. If we deal with malaria and we don't deal with poverty, then that lack of incentive for the R&D, we talked about how capital intensive the pharmaceutical industry is, will continue to cripple us. So how can we succeed? We need to understand how to take our challenges and flip them into an economic opportunity. And then that way, when we talk about partnerships, we say how do we build win-wins with our partners. The second thing is we cannot build a knowledge, and the only way to do it is basically to build a knowledge-driven economy. And that chart there is just the best way I can present it. How do we move from R&D to industry? How do we broker that transfer? There's some need for infrastructural investment, and there's also some need for piggybacking on our startup ecosystem, our startup economy in Africa. And sometimes I say this because I work a lot in space, but we forget that we have a startup economy. It's not possible to create a startup, raise capital, and move ideas, spin them up from academia, and that becomes a new career track to address the brain drain that we've been talking about. So that we're not just training PhDs and then they leave us. But the second thing is also to point out that as we do so, we also need to not just adopt a quadruple helix approach. We also need to move from our nationalistic tendencies and start at least embracing regional economic blocks. Why? As I said, we have 54 countries, our domestic markets don't amount to much, but together, there's something worth solving. We now have the African Medicines Agency that has been set up here in Kigali. A round of applause for Kigali. Hello, our voice. But again, I'm moving very fast and leading the continent in terms of saying how do we come together and how do we solve some of the basic challenges of regulatory issues and fragmented markets that starts to make it much more possible to invest not just in startups but also in leveraging the infrastructure we have in academia, in industry, and within the financial sector. I'll stop there and asante sana.
Thank you so much. Dr. Clark is used to be harassing you a little bit. And thank you so much. I think you started from a very emotional point of view. And I think you preempted the conversations that will be happening tomorrow and on around precision medicine and why that is important, the issues of differential diagnosis. But one thing that I really loved, a statement that you mentioned, that without the right tools, then patients will die anyway. They will die either because of the treatment and tools we are using or because of the disease. And I think that's a message that we should always think about. That irrespective of what tools we have, if they're not the right tools for the right disease, used by the right people in the right manner, then we are just contributing towards the death of the patient in a different way. We are not helping that patient. You talked about the policy work that you're starting to engage. And I think the importance of us sitting here, we should also understand the nexus between the political and technical. A lot of the things that initially politics was on that corner and health was on this side. But I think it is important that we recognize that health is a political agenda. I don't think there's any country, whether in global south or global north, where people campaign and you don't hear people talk about health as one of their biggest agenda. And it has been like that for some of the countries, like in the US for over 100 years, some of us for over 50, 60 years. Every other year during electioneering period, health is on top of the agenda, whether it is UNC, whether it is NHIF for us or any other thing. So we need to look at how then do we close the nexus between political and technical, so that we know at what point politics go and then leave the technical part to go, and people in this room should be able to get that. Your recommendations are quite precise. Thank you so much. I would really love, and this is through the permission of the overall MC, to allow me give room just for 3 interventions from the floor. I will ask for someone to help me with the mic. Just if there are any reactions from the floor, from the 3 presenters. But before that, let's also appreciate Dr. Karanja. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Any hands? Going out once, I see one hand there. The second one, any? Okay, I think we're going just to have one. Oh, I'm seeing second there. Michelle, was your hand? Yes, 3. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon. I really appreciate and thank all the presenters. I'm Desari Ispai from USA, Rwanda. I'm a pharmacist, so I'll be talking more. It's a very interesting topic. I work as a senior supply chain advisor here. So from the overall goal of what we want to achieve in terms of economics and health. And I like the agenda of transformation and from the father that's opening remark and all the remarks that has been given. We want to make it practical, right? So all the presenters, you told us these are existing problems, right? The problems we know. Manufacturing medicine in Africa, there are a lot of issues, and majority not technical per se. It is more of political because there is no. I remember saying market-driven economy or market will not lead us, but in reality, market also lead. But it's not the only solution. So when I see manufacturing, there are many barriers, right? One was we have actual factories that combine different pieces to give us a finished product. But for us to manufacture that last product, there are many things to be combined, right? And there is no, when we say, if there is no end-to-end production capacity, ultimately there is no value added. It's just like another consumer. So where is the linking? We say we want to make it practical. So how can you make it practical? That's one question. The second is about, I think, I like the way Mr. Moderator said, oh yeah, how are we handling the one we have? Instead of complaining for those who all left Africa. There are people, rain or this, I see it as politics because I came from Ethiopia. Thousands of so in a continent where we have health professionals who are not hired, complaining for those who get jobs, that's the right thing. Or do we have another way of saying or addressing it? I've seen from multiple saying, yes, we lose this, we lose that. How can we best use those who left the continent instead of, seeing it in a different, I want you to see and give us what is possible. And from the last presenter, I think, this is the last program I see, those neglected tropical diseases, those orphan drugs, as we call it, some of them are not available, and they are manufactured in countries that they don't need, right? So how can we even make that a priority? Those diseases could have been eradicated or eliminated, but still here, and even we don't have the tools. And we'll still expect, and we still complaining. Where is the truth and the reality? So how can we make it practical? Thank you.
Thank you. Those are really tough 3 questions. I believe each one of you is going to handle one. So I'll ask you to introduce yourself, where you come from, the organization, and then you ask your question. If you want to direct it to any of the speakers, please do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for this chance.
The presenters. So my name is Monica Gubo. I work with the African Union, the Africa CDC, and my question is about the human capital and the brain drain. Because as a youth first, most of us want to go and look for greener pastures, and it says that I'm a Kenyan but I live in Addis, but that's just one situation. But again, the main thing is that even if we have brain drain, how can we have the people who are going out of the continent? How can we engage with them so that the continent is not losing? And even though we keep these people in the political surrounding and even the environment in the continent may not be very conducive, even though we may be honest. So how can we tap on that, and how can we also look at the diaspora? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chef?
Thank you very much for the organizers, the speakers, and each one who is involved in this initiative. My question, let me even start by also thanking everyone for giving us a comprehensive picture of key issues of local pharmaceutical production in Africa toward improving its initial viability in Africa. So Africa represents nearly 25% of global demand for vaccines, but produce only 1% of the world vaccine. Within Africa, 99%, as it was mentioned, of vaccine doses are imported, with heavy costs attached to it, according to a speaker, Sister Eugenia. So African community members often have some myths, such as trusting products coming from outside to be a better quality than others and vice versa. So my question to the panel is, as we seek to increase local production, what are we doing to build trust among our community members regarding these production innovations? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The issue of trust, and then I give you the last before I can take it back to our speakers.
I'm James Hanna. Two issues to the panelists. The first one, to Dr. Eugenia. She talked about collaboration. Very good idea in production so that we can reduce the cost of medicine. But if what we are intending is to make sure that medicine is produced in a cheaper way and more effective way, I think the politics of collaboration comes into play. What do I mean? There are people who like to collaborate who are very much focused on their oriented market. So they will not like to collaborate with you if they know their market share will go down. So how do we navigate about this? And the question to that, the issue of contract also. The other is on human resource. We talk so much about human resource. the neglected tropical diseases, what is the human capital like? What's the map like for Africa? Because most of these diseases, I don't even need surgery. Most of them, they destroy need medicine. So what is in the map of the African human capital, those who study? How many of us study this particular neglected tropical diseases? And then the related question is, we talk about brain drain. Then they know when they go out, if our brothers and nurses who go out, I always hear is especially for others, they have to go into another process to be accredited in those countries. In another sense, we hear they are not just accepted and embraced. So what do they actually do there? If they did study of neglected tropical diseases and they go to this, let's say to the northern hemisphere where this disease do not exist, what do they actually do there?
Thank you so much. I would like to start with Sister to provide some response, if there are any, from what I'm hearing to you, before I come to Ron.
Thank you very much. These are very, very important questions. I'll start with the first one. I'm not sure if I got it. I think she was asking about how practical the recommendations are. That was what you were asking. So I'll just take one of the recommendations, innovative finance. This is an Haiti conference. And when you look at the children of Haiti, the first one is the Ubuntu Foundation. And through that foundation, they will bring together, or they will encourage potential producers to produce not at a loss. And so they will take out all the lack of incentives that potential producers have from manufacturing in Africa. I just want to see the face of the, from manufacturing in Africa. For example, if an investor is hesitant to produce because it's not aware, it's not really sure if it can sell it at a price at which it can benefit, Haiti will be there to absorb any loss, to ensure that it is still profitable to produce such products. Yeah, so in that case, I mean, if you're talking about a practical aspect, these are just an example that I can give. Also, innovative financing can also take the form of joint ventureship, so that the investors will come in and collaborate closely with the local manufacturers and produce and share the profits. You know, very often when we are talking about, well, so this will also respond to the question on collaboration. When Africans sign partnership contracts, in the end, we do not benefit as much as we should. For example, if you take oil, let me move away from the pharmacy world. If you take oil production, they'll produce the oil, send it up, or sell it up, or export it. But then the funds are supposed to come back to the country to support the local currency. That doesn't happen. And so we end up having weak currency, high inflation, wiping off any gain that could come. This same thing could happen in the case of getting into collaboration if we don't take the interests of the local economy into account. So we want contracts that will actually create jobs, you know, so that Africans will be better off as a result of the local production of medicines. And I think, I'm not sure if that responds to your question. Yeah. And I think the next question is about trusting locally manufactured products. Yes, when I was speaking, I said that about 42% of counterfeit drugs in the world are produced in Africa or are associated with Africa.
because brain drain is people going in other parts of the country to look for green places, better places. And this is it's a difficult situation because this is a micro problem. As an individual, you decide to go to a better place where your knowledge is better rewarded. But when allocated at the macro level, it becomes a problem for the country. So how do we solve a macro problem that has micro foundations? This is the issue. The second issue that was raised by the first person who asked the question is brain silencing. Brain silencing is often due to political pressure. We have people who are very well trained, they come back to their country, but because they don't have the right political card or whatever, then nobody cares about them. This is brain silencing. Then brain atrophy is the fact that some people can come back home with very good will, but they are not in the right environment to thrive. So at the end of the day, they are not using their brains. So this is brain atrophy. And what this means is that if we think in the context of the quadruple helix, then we can solve this problem. Because then government works with industry, with academia, those who are very well trained and so on to solve this. The second question about trust. Trust, of course, can be developed only over time. But trust is not something that you can decide like that. It has to be based on data, what we call like data-driven argumentation, data-driven. If you create a product that is effective, whether people like it or not, they are going to buy it. So how do we make sure that, as someone mentioned, we come up with African products that has good quality? This is the issue. And of course, it needs also over time to market it so that people can understand that something or things that are very good and excellent can come from Africa. And this is a challenge. We often go for very easy solutions, cheap solutions, and as we often say, cheap can end up being very expensive. The last point is about human capital. We talked about brain drain, but as a matter of fact, when people go abroad, they end up being retrained. As a matter of fact, most of these medical doctors from Nigeria, Ghana, and so on, who go Kenya, who go to the US, most of the time they spend their time working first as nurses, while they are getting retrained to be medical doctors. Or you can die working just as a nurse. But the problem is, and I have done some studies on the economic gain of these countries, or what we call the receiving countries. When we have a medical doctor, actually in the receiving country, he ends up working as a medical doctor, but he is paid as a nurse. And the difference in wage is a gain for the receiving country. So actually, even the person who migrates, he's better off because he's better off than when he was back home. But he's not as better off as people with the same level of training in the receiving country. That's the first thing. The second thing is why these people have to be retrained. If you look at most of our universities or whatever, you would see that someone who is doing chemistry, biology, and all those things, how are they being trained? They are getting information, they are not getting knowledge. And allow me to make a small difference here. Information, the best way to make the difference between information and knowledge is that information can be replicated. Like if I take this, assume that this is a document that tells you how to fly a plane, a copybook. I can copy it, or I send you the soft copy to all of us, and all of us will get it in 1 second. How do I manage to train all of you to be able to effectively fly a plane? If this was a plane, and I tell you, please fasten your belt and relax, I'm Professor Francois Kabobe, I have the notice about how to fly a plane. Who is going to stay in this plane? But I have the information about how to fly a plane, but I don't have the knowledge. Most of our people at university, they get information, they don't get knowledge. And that's why, of course, knowledge is an input for knowledge. Sorry, information is an input for knowledge, but when you are stuck at the information level, you cannot make things happen. We have many people who are trained physicists, but they never experience the thing. We are setting up a university in Burkina Faso called Saint-Louis University of Science. I already sent a few professors to be trained overseas. Most of those people who go overseas, is their first time to really understand what they learn and do experience where they got A's back home, but they never understood what it meant really. So in the matter of human capital, the challenge for us is to train effectively in our universities, in our schools, so that people get knowledge and not information. If we do so, I think we can make things change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I hate it. There's a very important thing that I think you need to pick there. With the concept around training and capacity building, which is one of the 6, is thinking about how do we transform that information into knowledge. I know it's about time, right? I know. Can you allow him to respond to the last question? Then as I give you the mic to take us to the next, wherever you can speak kindly. Thank you. And we are so bad doing badly about time.
I'm not sure that there's any question remaining for me. But I think to me, I want to just put that question, how do we make this thing practical? Again, and I kind of hear where you're coming from, but I also disagree to some extent. We do amazing research on this continent. If you look at what that 1% of scientific output that comes from this continent, I'd say roughly between 60 to 80% of that would probably be life sciences, agriculture, health, environmental. Now, the question is, how do you translate it to a proper solution? It's one thing to do science in the labs. It's another thing to translate it into a product. And what happens is, within that value chain, that continuum, is we have a missing link called design and engineering. And as I said earlier, engineering is just our weakest link on this continent. I don't know, I think almost all my engineering, the people that I grew up with that are engineers, most of them are in management. They make excellent CEOs. They think they're passion, they're good at problem solving, so they're hands-on kind of, the way they are trained to think, other people benefit from it, the bankers and everybody else, because nobody has invested in the infrastructure. And I think we got the answer today from the Washington consensus why some of this was not just a chance. There's some decision making that led us down a certain path. So the question is, how do we fill that gap? So that then we can be able to link academia to industry. Because what has been happening is, we say we want to manufacture drugs. Moderna comes in, BioNTech comes in, and they set up an EPZ platform. We will produce, they'll bring the technology transfer, we'll provide the cheap labor and the tax breaks. And that's it. It's not linking to our knowledge base. Second thing is, how do we provide capital that is risk capital? Because when Sister Engineer talked about innovative financing, I'm so 100% there. Some of the things that we've tried to experiment in Kenya is even talking about how we structure impact bonds, a social impact bond or a development impact bond that allows you to back-end the risk for government to put in money into a knowledge-intensive pathway for this vaccine production. That is not with this EPZ model that works well for textile, and again, we're left nowhere. So it does not link up with any of our local value chains. But it's something that you have to raise the conversation a lot, because we're struggling. And I think the last part is to say, the key thing I see coming out of it all is how multidisciplinary the kind of thinking we need to have. We need to think for the engineers that are not here with us. We need to think for the treasury folks that are not here with us. We need to think for the investor who is looking at it purely from a commercial perspective that's not here with us, and then still understand that scientist that is trying to solve the issue of Kalanza. So it's not easy. And I go back to what you said, the quadruple helix, we really need this like yesterday. But what I can say is that within the fintech space, for example, last year I think we were the only region in the world where the VC investment to Africa did not go down. We actually improved slightly more than the previous year. And so you're talking about hitting $5 billion. Not a lot, probably less than 0.1% of the global VC capital. But the question is, we have momentum. And that has been like almost year on year from the previous year. of 100%, so it's growing. And this is building for us the financial capacity to look at technology, provide risk capital, and start seeing a knowledge economy happening. So all I ask is, what's making it work in fintech? What do we need to do to make life sciences, biotech competitive as a sector? If we are to frame it that way, we realize the building blocks actually already exist. It's a matter of us connecting them and making sure that we start talking to one another. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I just want to share Aheti's thoughts on the issue of brain drain. Father Charles is here, so I'm sharing the many discussion, not for me as the Chief Execution Officer, because normally say CEO means Chief Executive, no, Chief Execution. So mine is to take what you guys are, see how it can work. So when we discussed with Father Charles one day when we were coming from Ghana, when we had a conference in Ghana, coming back on a flight, and we were discussing about what is this brain drain in Africa. And my eyes thought of Dr. Eden. Dr. Eden, you can raise up your hand so that people can see you. He's running an innovation in Ghana, in Accra. We understood brain drain very differently from that point, because Dr. Eden was working for Johnson & Johnson. And he told us there are so many other doctors working for these big pharma companies in the US. But it is not that they are greedy to go to the US or those countries because they are looking for greener pastures. We found out. But what you said was that they have, the skills cannot match our needs. You know those doctors who we have in Kenya, you're a biomedical scientist, and there's no biomedical research facility to apply your skills. So you go where it's applied, because it will be only fair to put your skills where they're applied. So with Aheti coming on board, our urge, Father is now saying brain diversion. That is his what? Yes. So without setting up something like Aheti, which will promote the biomedical research facilities where biomedical research experts can do research on, we will be suffering brain diversion while we think it's brain drain. And that is what Aheti believes in. That's why we would like to set up these 7 children of Aheti will ensure that Africans who cannot match their skills with opportunities in the continent will find where their skills match. And Dr. Eden told me, Fred, I can call those people by name and call them on phone and give you their numbers, and I'll call them when their skills can be matched with opportunities in Africa. And please help me do that. And then my last one, which is overarching here, is, if asked the question, do you know how much it costs Qatar to host World Cup? Do you know how much was spent in Qatar World Cup? Do you know? Between 300 to 400 billion US dollars was spent to prepare and to run Qatar. After that, what have we seen? No, you go to Qatar, you see a stadium, you see that. And when someone tells me we cannot raise 6 billion US dollars to treat people who are sick, then I wonder, maybe I'm the one who's sick. Because I'm telling Fred, why are you being ambitious that you can raise $6 billion to finance healthcare, which is an ongoing industry, but for a few days over this November, December, between $300 to $400 billion was to kick the ball, a piece of leather. I'm a football fan, so I'm sympathizing. I also like kicking leather, isn't it? But can you imagine that's where we spent $300 to $400 billion US dollars? But what is ROI, Father? You are an economist, you're a professor of economics. But if we can just get 6 billion to ensure that Africa can be secure in terms of health. So anybody telling you that there is no money, no, there is money. And as a philosopher, we believe that the eyes of the soul is not blind. but it could be looking in the wrong direction. We are looking at football to be more important than people's health and life. I'm not telling you not to spend money on football, but let us believe also it's possible to raise the $6 billion if we believe that we want to do it. And because we believe, I am very hopeful it will happen, and that will be the chief execution officer, not executive. We can put our hands in the dirt to make it happen. I'm seeing Professor of Pharmacy is raising up his hand. I will not stop but give him the microphone.
I think I just wanted to close this, but for the sake of closing the session, we had 3 presenters. And I want us to do what we call the 3 factorial. Oh, you, Prof is here, and Prof.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fred. So I'll introduce myself very briefly. My role is to give you words of wisdom. That's why you're my name. My name is Kokwaro. I'm a professor at Strathmore. I've been a professor for the last 30 years. Just call me sir. That will do. So I want to summarize before the thing. Lunch will come. Lunch will come. Let us summarize with your permission, sir. Yeah? Yes, sir. With your permission. Thank you very much, the presenters. So I'll be very, very brief. Very, very brief, and based on what you have said, and what the presenter has said, and the journey we want to do so that we can move forward. That's really my role at my age. 1. So someone has said that Africa produces what it does consume, and consumes what it doesn't produce. That's exactly what we are trying to do in terms of health. It's not something we can continue in terms of medicines and the rest of it. So those of you who are not health system experts, I'll make it very, very easy. There are only 2 challenges with health in Africa. 2. The rest of the people can say that let's say I don't agree with them. So 1, insufficient funding. And that's of course because health is not the only thing we are doing. Insufficient funding will be there. But having said that, that's just one side of the coin. Inefficient use of available resources is a major problem. I really won't go about brain drain and those kinds of things. It's one of the inefficient use of available resources. So what if an African is working in Australia? They can still do that. We can still make use of that. I think we should shift from this kind of thing. Those are inefficient use of available human resource. It's as simple as that. Whether you agree or not, I've said it. Thirdly, we have the Africa CDC here. And they have the African Medicine Agency here. What we should now do, how do we use these vehicles to make our process efficient? Period. You get it? So that we use that, we can use this. They were not there when you were born. They were not there earlier in the 90s. When I was part of the group of the few Africans who helped create medicines for malaria venture in Geneva, the one that produces, we did that, a few African scientists. And it seems to be working. So I think the inefficient use of available resources, this could be partners from Germany, this could be people willing to help us. We just need to create that environment and remove these barriers and we form a few viable regional or sub-regional clusters that we can. And I agree with you. Finally, it's always safe to say I agree with the boss. I agree with you that I think can be the vehicle towards that one. I rest my case.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I wanted to, and Prof, it's always a pleasure listening to you and the challenges you pass to us. 3 factorial for our 3 presenters. We understand what 3 factorial means? It's 3, 2, 1, okay? Let's go. And 1 factorial for the moderator. Let's go. Thank you so much. My name is John Polomono. I work for PATH, and it was a pleasure moderating. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I guess you can tell that wisdom was worth tapping, and that's why I said there was no reason to think we're in a hurry. And he has assured us that lunch will come. So in those very few words, you saw that you received lunch. It's called what? Coupons, isn't it? I'm sure that you know where we are going to have lunch, isn't it? Just outside here, the participants will just get their lunch within this place. There's a place as you enter on this side of the left. I'm very poor with direction. There is a place where you can be able to have your lunch. I'm sure you'll be guided from. Okay, Lada Restaurant in Radisson Blue Hotel, which means you cross over and there's free sitting. So don't think there's a high seat, low seat. We are all a Haiti and we enjoy the very sweet of Ubuntu, isn't it? To share with each other, brother and sister. And of course, the lunch break is 1 hour. So we come back by 2 o'clock. We are 1 hour behind schedule. So the people who will be running the next session, they will unlearn from the one which has been very rich, but time now will be holding us. We will give you time and finish on time. In case anybody has anything that they want to know, any concern, it's very easy to reach me, as you can see. Just call me. But for the board members of Haiti, the board of trustees, we are having some kind of a lunch meeting, isn't it? We are having a lunch meeting, so you stay behind. I'll direct you where the room will be, where there will be both lunch and also meeting. You know, in this world, once you have high responsibilities, you don't even eat. You are eating as you meet. I'm sure you are very familiar with that, everybody who is here. So, for now, I think that this don't time I ask a prayer. So, Father, can you bless the meal?
It's nice. Please. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Lord, we thank you very much for your wondrous deeds. We thank you for all the ideas we shared here. As we are about to share a meal, bless us and give us strength so that we can continue to work for your greatest glory. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Bon appetit. As you come back from lunch, at the desk you'll get your name tags. So when you come back, at least pick your name tags. The name tags came from another country, and that country has got a very serious standard deviation in terms of time. So you'll pick them as you come from lunch.
I'm carrying because of the meeting. Yes. I'm carrying so the boss is carrying them. I'm actually not carrying them. I'm carrying them.
Session, we shall be picking from that level, that how can we increase the local production in Africa, and how can we also do more of research and development in diagnostic, vaccines, and also to make it that it is us who are producing. So if I may give a brief background, my name is Modoni Kahuho. I work with the Africa CDC. I'm a program officer, but by training, I'm a political economist. So I did a paper on local vaccine manufacturing on a political economy perspective, but that's for another day. But the issue of local vaccine manufacturing has not just started. When we got our independence, the increase of local vaccine manufacturing, the increase in local vaccine, the increase in local production increased, but during the 1970s, when we had the economic crisis, all industries went down, and the same happened to the local vaccine industry or the local manufacturing. And then in the 1995, there were discussions started happening on how we can increase local vaccine manufacturing. And now the COVID has presented us with a different issue, and we have seen that the gap we have in Africa, that we only produce 0.1 or 1%, and the rest comes from an imported market. So for this session, we are going to discuss, or we are going to see how that is. And I'm very passionate about this, and I feel like for our generation, what we are going to leave behind is established local vaccine manufacturing in Africa. So for the panel, we have let me start with Dr. Claude. He's Director General of RBC, and then we have John Paul Omolo, he's Senior Advocacy Officer. We have Dr. Derek, he's the founder of Verna, yeah. And then also we have Sister Antonia. So those will be our panels for this session. So to start with, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Dr. Claude to come and start the session for us. And thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm not sure if you have my slides. Did you go? Yes.
No, it's here. Just send it to you.
Or WhatsApp. So thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
So while they are preparing to display my slides, I know that we have been talking about this topic around increased productivity or production of vaccine therapeutics and also diagnostic in Africa. I think there is a good reason to really discuss about that. But again, as you said, there should be a commitment, a partnership, regional collaborations to make sure that we have all the requirements to be able to put it to reality. And we know that everything starts by, there's something that about, which is on the upstream, which we have also touched a little bit about that this morning, about that data, biomedical data, biorepository, researchers, and also preclinical and clinical research. And that is actually where I'm going to focus off all my speech, all my topic around that. As RBC, Rwanda Biomedical Center, as one of our major role is probably to make sure that we have the workforce and also the data to really attract and also guide researchers or manufacturers to understand very well those markers of vaccine or any biological markers of productions, of design of any vaccines. And Africa needs to be really thinking about that, because we may get vaccine or industry coming in Rwanda, but if we don't really train a pool of researchers to really be able to generate ideas, we may not really design solutions for Africa. So that is where probably I want to focus more on. So today's presentation is around research and development and some of the current opportunities and challenges to maximize our output and gains in the context of Africa. Next, please. So again, this is something I wanted to share with you around what are we doing in terms of really investment in R&D in Africa. And we know that we have really too much more to be done in the sense that if you can see on the map, there's still some few data on R&D investment, especially in most of part of Africa. But again, if you go to how Africa is doing to really promote research and
recording in
you can
progress.
see that the growth domestic expenditure on R&D is still very low if compare that to other countries. So around 0.5% is the portion that Africa is really spending on that. So we still have a long journey to go. Next, please. And if you compare Africa and other parts of the world, we can see that in other areas like Asia and Pacific, private sectors are the biggest investors in R&D. Maybe there's some reasons. These all started by researchers sitting down, having good lab infrastructures, data, and now building that partnership with business and private. But if you can see in Africa, even though we are not yet there, but most of the investment is done by the government institution, the public institutions. So we have really been able to convince and to really get the buy-in of the private sector to really invest in R&D. Next, please. Next. Can you go back if I'm correct? So again, if you compare, next, if you compare the effort of countries in terms of science, technology, innovation, but also R&D performance, you can see again in terms of GDP or GRD, Rwanda is in the middle without any clear value, but we have around 0.65% of the expenditures which are really dedicated to R&D. And in Africa, South Africa ranked first in terms of really promoting R&D. And you see also Kenya, our neighbor, is also there, trying to really also put much effort in that. Next, please. So in terms of the patent applications, we have seen that even though we have been able to show some growth in our numbers of patents, but we see that Africa only contribute to 2% in terms of patent applications and also patents per year. So this is actually very low, and probably if you can compare from the previous years, there's still some decrease in terms of really application for the patent. So we need to probably also think about if you need some laws or policies, and also people need to understand very well how we need to also be able to have this patent application. Next. So I also wanted to really share with you some of the indicators of research outputs in Africa. And if you compare Africa, you can see that in terms of progressions, we have made some great progress in terms of really increasing the number of applications, but also the number of articles that has been published either globally, but also in Africa, where we see, again, South Africa, still, Southern Africa is still taking the lead in terms of number of applications, in terms of research in epidemiology. And you can see also that some of the regions of Africa are still lagging behind in terms of research. Next. I've said about this, we see that for articles which are indexed and the researchers who have been cited, we see that South Africa again still rank #1, followed by Kenya, Nigeria, and also Tanzania, Uganda, Ethiopia, Cameroon. Probably Rwanda is on the list, but not really among the top 7. But those are the countries which are doing very well in terms of research outputs. Next, please. Rwanda, I think for Rwanda, I just want to mention something. We all know that Rwanda went through a tragic history in terms of really the genocide, and we lost most of our researchers, and most of the researchers also maybe were really impacted our output in terms of research and scientific publications. And that you can see, but after that, you can see from 2005, we have been seeing a sharp increase in the number of publication and research projects carried by Rwandan. And we hope that with all the enablers that we have been put in place, we continue to promote and really have more people who would like to do research. Next, please. Clinical trials, as I mentioned, is also one of the things that would probably allow us to get some of the products before even going to market. We need to probably have this site, people, and researchers for clinical trials. And in Rwanda, we have been able to either conduct clinical trials either by RBC or also through a collaboration with universities, but also with some of the private research institutions in Rwanda. And as you can see, we have been conducted around 126 clinical trials conducted. Most of them will be in the areas of vaccine, HIV candidates, but also other malaria, Ebola candidate for the vaccine. And again, there are some countries like South Africa are still better than other countries. Next, please. Next. So these are some of the examples of vaccines and therapeutic trials that are conducted in Rwanda. You can see some of the trials. And if I can remember very well, I'm very happy to see the first HIV vaccine trials. I was among the first statisticians in 2005 to conduct these first clinical trials on HIV, phase 1 in Rwanda, which was really supported by international IRV, and also which was conducted by Project San Francisco. And after that first clinical trials on HIV candidate vaccines, we have seen also other candidates brought in Rwanda to be evaluated, like Ebola vaccines, malaria. And in the room, we have some people or some staff, some of our colleagues who are in the room also actually conducting now some trials on malaria. And I can mention that Rinda Wuzima, Marie Michel is there. So they're really helping us to really make sure that we support the clinical trial Next, please. In terms of our visions, and I was very glad to hear today to see that our visions as a country, our program as a country is really in line with also the missions or the direction that IIT is taking in terms of really that social and economical transformations, where for Rwanda we have a vision to really move from where we are in 2020 to really become a high-income countries. And this is a program that touches most of the component of the key transformations like socio-economical. And research and development is one of the pillar of that. But for Rwanda, we developed an initial national strategy for transformations, which was supposed to be implemented from 2020 to 2017 to 2024. And this would really prepare us to really achieve this Vision 2050. And one of the key interventions, as I mentioned, is to promote research and development, but also stimulate innovation. And this scientific research and technology innovations is one of the key enablers that we think to establish in Rwanda as a global competitive to achieve this knowledge-based economy. But again, there are some strategies which are there. There are a lot of stakeholders and institutions that were really key to develop this Vision 2020. Next, please. Again, there's some of the pillars where we want to base our visions, so public and private collaborations in terms of high-learning institutions. And then also based on that effort also, we didn't forget also the partnership in the regions where we have been able to really host some of the center of excellence in the East African regions like artificial intelligence or I'm not sure if I'm going to mean it very well, but it's the data science, sustainable energy, but also biomedical engineering. And also, in terms of international investment in Rwanda, also in science and technology innovation system, also we have been able to create some of the new technology and science universities to really make sure that we have the required workforce in terms of the universities. So many universities has been put in place in Rwanda to really promote that R&D and science. Public institutions were not left beyond because we also have clear strategies at those institutions to really make sure that we promote science, technology, and the use of technology in our interventions. And RBC is also part of that. Thank you. Next. And also in Rwanda, there's an institution called National Council for Science and Technology, was being able to really raise domestic funds to really also promote research. So you have the KIGALI Innovation City, the Rwanda Innovation Funds that really link academy and the industry. So it's really grants that allow students or faculty members to collaborate with industries to really apply their knowledge to really get that product development and markets put on that. Next, please. And in terms of R&D performance, and if you can see there, we have been able also to increase our contributions of domestic gross domestic expenditure on R&D from 0.666 to 0.69 from 2015 to 2019. So we're still also going to really make sure that we achieve the targets set by African Union of 1%, if possible. Next. In terms of personnel, we still have very few researchers, or we have very few people who are able to conduct research. If you compare the number of researchers, we have 152 researchers per 1 million inhabitants. So again, there's also a clear objective in this vision to really increase the number of researchers, to really make sure that we have enough researchers to draw or to drive the research output and development. Next. Some of the gaps and challenges which I think we see in most of the African countries. In Rwanda, we have, first of all, these limited research infrastructures. As I can mention, we do not have, for example,
proper environments and infrastructures to make sure that we have clinical trials which fulfill or has all the standards to conduct clinical trials. I've mentioned about the low number of researchers, limited researchers' capacity in terms of people who are really trained on generating ideas, but also conducted sound research, scientific research. One of the major problem in our public institutions mostly is those complex administrative and procurement procedures, which actually discourage researchers to invest or to invest their energy in writing grants, but also implementing grants also. So it's really something we are trying to address to make sure that there's a policy which is really facilitating research. Again, career development is another, career development research is also another challenges, but I'm glad that this week there is a policy that is being discussed under the permanent secretary clusters to really incentivize researchers. So this policy has been, I think we started to develop this policy 2 years ago, and then now I think we are glad to see it coming closer to the approval, and probably we'll accept that next time, next cabinet discussion, this will be put on the table for discussion, and once approved, we hope to really increase the number of grants and research in Rwanda. Here, I think this is the lack of industry collaboration. I think this is also another challenge, but we have been able to raise some funds through the National Council for Science and Technology to really promote that partnership and collaboration between institution and industry. And also the investment of industry, as I mentioned before, is still not there, but we need to convince, we need to attract those industry to really probably invest in research and development. And the incentives I've mentioned about this is going to be addressed by the policy, which is able to address this issue of policy. Next, please. Lastly, I want to really conclude my talk to say that COVID-19 have really pushed us to really mobilize all our efforts to really think about joining our efforts to really promote technology and knowledge transfers to Africa as a priority, not only for COVID vaccines, but we hope that with the tech transfer of COVID-19 mRNA vaccines, we are able also to make sure that we are ready in terms of our regulations, in terms of our people, workforce, to make sure that we really be ready for those manufacturing in Africa. And this morning, and with the spirit of IIT, in terms of really those data biorepository, and also specimen biorepository, we'll be able to probably have a well-characterized data of samples, clinical data, to really be able to identify some of the markers, biomarkers, to attract investors. So again, that just to end my my presentation by really flagging this importance of building the momentum on the current initiative on building COVID-19 vaccine manufacturing in Africa. So it's time for Africa to accelerate the research partnership initiatives, aiming to really extend the messenger RNA technology to other conditions, as I mentioned, like HIV, TB, malaria, as they are the priority for the burden for our population. And at the same time, it's also probably very important to mention that Africa needs to really increase the domestic support for R&D, and also relying on partnership in Africa, but also thinking about the market also, because we need to have really think about those free markets, free trade markets, to make sure that we have a regional, strong manufacturing hubs to be able to really adhere to the regulation, but also responding to these challenges of access to drugs, vaccine, but diagnostic. So with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I'm be happy to answer questions or provide additional information. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you so much, Dr. Claude, and thank you so much for taking us through what Rwanda is doing in research and development in the local vaccine manufacturing and also in diagnostic. And from my key takeaway from your presentation was about the commitment and also strong partnership, and also you gave a call for private sector to join the government in putting more fundings at least towards the research and development. Thank you so much. Help me appreciate Dr. Cloud. I don't have a formula, but we can still follow his own. Okay, so our next speaker will be John Paul Omolo. John Paul Omolo is a senior advocacy and also a policy officer with PATH. Help me welcome John Paul, please.
Thank you so much. I know in your program it's written Dr. Janet Biaruhanga, who is a very good friend of mine, and I hope I'm going to represent her well. So I'm not speaking on her behalf, but I'm taking a position, right? They say when opportunity present, you take them up because opportunities have wings, right? So you'll allow me speak to the topic of the day, which is generally around increasing local pharmaceutical production in Africa, research and development in diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccine manufacturing. And maybe I'll start with a small story that this is a real story. That once upon a time, not once upon a, but not long ago, there was this small village that had a huge health crisis, and it hit all the headlines. And so the health leadership, right from the ministers of health, flew right into the village, tried to analyze and diagnose what the problem is. They identified where the issue is and decided on what they needed to do, which of course they put in money, a lot of money, put it in infrastructure, and decided that now we've solved this problem once and for all. 1 year after that, in another village, a similar crisis erupted. And the minister had to go right into that village, identified and realized that it's the same problem that was in the other village. And looking around, he realized it's the same people that were in that other village that came into this village. Technically, they were nomads, they were moving. And therefore, the problem that was solved in the previous village X, the issues were there, but they came to this place and had to endure with the new challenge, or rather the same challenge in a new place. Why am I saying this? We have talked a lot about increasing local pharmaceutical manufacturing. But I would like to look at it not from the supply side, which all of us have been doing. Think about that village and those ministers who came with everything. But to look at it from the point of understanding what the villagers wanted and what is the life pattern of these villagers. So irrespective of how much money we are going to put on the supply side, without really understanding the demand side, the challenges, the issues that we are going through, and how these products are going to be adopted and taken in, then irrespective of how much we've put, it is not going to help the final user. So we must start looking at the demand versus the supply versus the demand inputs, and really understand within the local manufacturing, are we doing enough to be able to engage the communities that at the end of the day, all these products that you want to produce are going to be consumed by these people? How do we then create the balance between the supply and the demand for the local products? What narrative are we currently driving within the continent for locally produced products? Are we only talking about the supply? How much are we engaging the communities? And remember, many a times when we think about communities, we are thinking about that non-educated small woman and man in that village. We are part of that community. When COVID-19 vaccines were being rolled out. I had the privilege of sitting in several committees, including in the actual delivery. One of the biggest challenges we faced were not from the communities. They were from the healthcare workers who needed to communicate about the vaccines. I can tell you, I've been in the health field. About 80% of all my friends are medical doctors. And by the time we were rolling, a huge percentage of them were the ones who were hesitant to take. They were not resistant, they were hesitant to take up the vaccines. So how are we engaging us as part of that community to be that mouthpiece towards driving the agenda? We need to start preparing countries and communities in a way that they are able to consume, to have the confidence that we talked about on the products that are currently being produced locally. Do we have that mouthpiece? Who are we waiting for to start speaking for us? A lot of the times we've talked about local production, but are our government confident enough to procure from our own industry? Are our legislative frameworks allowing us to procure from our own? I know in my very own country, there's a very big cap that only allows a certain amount of money to be spent within the country, and anything above it will only be bought outside the country. And that is a legislative framework that is a barrier to local production. So how are our legislative frameworks, policy frameworks, guidelines promoting local production? Have we looked at that in terms of the demand side? And this, I'm looking at it from the demand side, because the biggest procurer of local products is the government. And if the government is not procuring from its own, then there is no sustainability. Completely. When the people, the citizens, are not confident on the products that are being produced locally, then we are also doomed. At the end of the day, they will always go and procure somewhere else. So what is the narrative that we are currently driving to create that level of confidence? As a team, we have a responsibility. And in the way we prepare, I think Dr. Cloud has talked about the health R&D. It starts from the R&D point of view. How much are we engaging the communities, the decision-making systems at the local levels in the research and development processes, so that they walk the journey from the very onset to the very end and are able to be, we don't need to take a ton of time convincing them of the benefit or even the safety of the product, because they've been part and parcel of this process and have learned that. A lot of the times, we include communities as a, by the way, as an afterthought within the R&D space. And at the end, we then compromise on the level of confidence that these communities are having, including our very own governments. So we might start from the health R&D space, and I love the way Dr. Cloud has put it in so many ways, but at the end of the day, we need to see the community at the center of this R&D from the very onset to the very end. We also need to build that level of confidence, both at government and at the community level, as well as look at if we have to increase production of local pharmaceutical medical countermeasures, the health system must be able to absorb this. So you cannot produce a ton of goods, medical countermeasures, and yet the health system is not ready, including, when I say the health system, including the supply chain, including all those kind of things, the healthcare workers are not able to consume these within the time period that they are still potent for use. So thinking about the health system, strengthening and making sure that as we are thinking about vaccine production, how is our cold chain cold chain optimization processes? How are we working with the supply chain? What are we putting in place within the continent to be able to absorb this within the health system angle? We also need to think about the advanced market commitment. We cannot increase production if we do not know where these products are going to go. A lot of the times, we know that in Africa, the fiscal space is very thin and we have so many competing priorities. And because of that, you find that we might not be able to procure the product at the actual price that it should be sold, according to the market rate. And therefore, these prices have to come down. But for us to do that, and for the producers and the manufacturers to be able to produce this over, we need to guarantee them of volumes. So again, should volumes be the only determinant of pricing? We need to start thinking innovatively in terms of if we are to get the best quality of medical countermeasures in the continent, what are other ways of guaranteeing and providing incentives to the manufacturers to be able to produce this product for this market that we are looking at? That advanced market commitment, including in terms of resources, really needs to be thought through. We need to also look at how are we reviewing both our national and regional laws that currently are a barrier to this advanced market commitment. How are we even structured as a continent to be able to pool resources together, procure, do the pooled procurement? Because at that point, that's the only time we are able to negotiate the prices in a way that would bring the prices down because of those economies of scale. The procurement needs to also to be done by other multilaterals. We have the Gavis, the Global Funds, the PEPFARs, the UNICEFs, who do a lot of huge procurement for Africa, outside Africa. If we are going to increase manufacturing within Africa, we must have very candid conversations with the multilaterals to start procuring a certain good percentage of these medical countermeasures from Africa for Africa. Otherwise, if we do not do that, then we are losing the game from the very onset. The other thing I needed to speak about is the coordination of players. Since the advent of COVID-19, we've had about 12 countries in Africa, 12 by December, I think so, there were 12 countries in Africa who've pronounced politically that they're going to start manufacturing vaccines. Some say COVID-19 vaccines, some say routine immunization vaccines, but generally vaccines. But we must also go beyond, and this is where the political and the technical needs to separate. Political pronouncements are great, but manufacturing must also be sustainable. If Rwanda is producing COVID-19 vaccines, Kenya has no need of producing that vaccine. Ghana does not need to produce that vaccine. We need to look at it from a business model point of view so that we coordinate the producing countries or countries that are currently or either currently manufacturing or willing to manufacture in a way that we complement each other. The egocentric approach towards manufacturing will be the undoing of manufacturing in Africa, and we cannot attain the increased manufacturing of these medical countermeasures if each one of us is producing for its own population. And at the end of the day, we will have very good facilities that are capable of producing but are operating at 10 to 15%. I know in Africa and in Kenya in particular, most of our industry are operating between 40 and 60%. And it's because of the need that we do not have the demand for this product. So how then do we do this? I need just to mention that a lot of the things that I'm speaking to here, already there are initiatives towards it. So through the Office of the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, under the COVID-19 Commission, they're thinking about having this coordination mechanism of member states who are either willing to produce or are currently manufacturing. This coordination is called HEALTH, just like health, the harmonized entity of African leaders in technologies in health. So this HEALTH will operate like ALMA. I don't know whether the malaria, people within the malaria space know ALMA, African Leaders in Malaria, something, yeah? Where there's a lot of centrality and coordination among the heads of state. So we must also think about the coordination and avoid the approach where every single country wants to do a small thing in their common space. Until we think as one Africa, we cannot be competitive and we cannot be sustainable. There is also a lot of the need to make sure that as we are coordinating, we not just coordinate the personnel or the industry, but also the funding. If you look at the amount of funding that has been committed in Africa in the last 2 years alone for manufacturing, if we are not careful, that money is like opening a tap into a hollow bucket, and it will never get full. So how then do we make sure that we also coordinate the funding so that we can enhance with what we have? I think when we talk about health, we usually ask, do you want more resources for health or more health for the same resources? Pardon? Would you rather have more resources for health or more health for the same resources? Think about that. But generally the idea is, how then do we use the resources we have to do more? Because at the end of the day, as long as we are all doing our small thing, there's a lot of inefficiencies that arise because of those vertical approach to doing things and not speaking to each other. If we have to produce more and we want to produce it faster, our regulatory authorities must really be at the top notch. Africa has been working a lot towards strengthening the regulatory harmonization space. And this cannot just happen at the continental level where we are having the African Medicines Agency. It cannot just happen at the regional level where we are having the regional medicines regulatory harmonization groups. We must start at the country level. Because as long as Kenya or Ghana is strong in something, in regulation, and yet its neighbor is weak, our borders are still porous, and we are going towards, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, where there will be free movement of goods and services. So it is important that every single country strengthen its regulatory harmonization, its regulatory authority and legal frameworks in a way that we are watertight, end to end. We must make sure that we have regulatory authorities. That means we are all, as countries, have adopted the AU model on medical products regulation. We must also make sure that each of our countries at least has ratified the African Medicines Agencies, and we are part of the implementations of the African Medicines Agency. And all these are efforts that are currently happening. I had the privilege of, working in all these spaces, and I'm calling upon us as the industry players, as people within, to really push our governments to strengthen the regulatory systems within their countries, because once we harmonize the systems at country level, then we will be harmonized at the regional level. We will also harmonize at the continental level. And do you know what that means for the industry? It means faster approval of clinical trials, dossiers for products. It means saving on time, and somebody mentioned in the morning that time is money, especially to a manufacturer. An extra day of that dossier living with or staying with the regulator means money for them. The earlier we are able to introduce the product into the market, the cheaper the price of that product. Because at the end of the day, the regulator, once they get their product approved, the total amount of money will be lumped on the final product, and the person who is going to pay that is the patient, you and me, because we are just here, but all of us are sick in one way or another, or we are soon going to be sick and will need that medicine. So again, we must ensure that the regulatory system is strong enough to be able to review, but review with speed, but guarantee safety of those products. And those products should be able to move across our borders and outside the continent once we all achieve maturity level 3, whether for vaccines, clinical trials, or drugs. But we need to make sure that our countries move towards that end. And of course, my last bit is about the policy implementation. Africa is not short of policies. We are not short of policies. We keep on reviewing policies that were not implemented. And I think it is important that even as we're thinking about that, we must keep on holding our decision makers accountable for policies that have been developed. As was mentioned in the morning, we are in the pharmaceutical industry, space, and I would have, I think we are aware that there's a document that was developed in 2006 called the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan for Africa. How many people know about it? PMPA. Oh, that's just 2 people in the room. Oh, 3. I want you to look at the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan for Africa. That was about 2006 up to now is about 16 years, 17, right? And looking at that document, the implementation had not taken place. Yet, if we would have implemented it, we would be much prepared to address and handle COVID-19, both in terms of its countermeasures, the other medical countermeasures, or even in terms of the health system. So let's look at what are some of the policies. Right now, we are working with the African Union Development Agency to look at what are some of the best policies and practices in pharma, so that even as countries are coming into the space to start looking at how they can start manufacturing, then they do not reinvent the wheel. They pick lessons, they look at what is working and what can work within their setup to move forward. We're looking at all the policies and practices. It will be in a form of a document that can be shared for countries to adopt. But the question is, how are we engaging policymakers and even pushing for policy implementation within the country and translating our global or continental policy or guidelines at country level? Because there is no need completely of developing these policies to just look like we've done something, yet they're not being implemented at country level. It was really, really painful to see that COVID is what made us rethink and look at a document that was developed years back and see how much we can do a catch-up game. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much even for the challenge and also telling us to involve more of community. I don't know how many of us here are ready to be vaccinated by a local product from Africa. Some of us will be a bit skeptic, but thank you so much for the challenge. And also what got me home is the coordination of different players, even not just even within the countries, but I guess also the people in the policy sector, like also the Gavi, the UNICEF, all this, so that at least there's no duplication of efforts. So everybody, please help me upload John Paul for that good presentation. So our next speaker is Dr. Derek Edeme Akapalu. He's a co-founder of Revena Bioscience. Please help me welcome Dr. Derek.
Hello, everyone. There's been a lot of talking today, So I'm going to try and change the pace a little bit for this session. Fortunately, I have two speaking slots. So what I decided to do is use a part of this for an introductory session, and then tomorrow go through something a bit more like a case study kind of a perspective. But I do share a lot of the sentiments in here from earlier on today and then this afternoon with the director of RBC's points on clinical trials and all. So just very briefly, my name is Derek Edemakpalu. As of 2 months ago, I was a scientist with Johnson & Johnson before giving that up to return to Ghana to start Revna Biosciences. And Revna Biosciences pretty much is a precision medicine company. So we're looking at increasing local pharmaceutical development or biopharmaceutical development on the continent from a drug developer's perspective. I spent the last 16 years or so in drug development, mainly from the pharmacology side and then clinical trials, with my last assignment with Johnson & Johnson being as a study responsible scientist for the bispecific compound for lung cancer. So I want to share a small video with you because it makes more sense that way. You get to understand what Revna Biosciences is from a more of a pictorial perspective, and then I'll try to wrap it up with what other comments I have after that. So please indulge me in this.
Revna Biosciences is a biomedical research company that offers clinical and diagnostic services with the goal of bringing value-based healthcare to Africans. Our unique approach integrates biomedical research insights with clinical and diagnostic services as essential components for the advancement of precision medicine in Africa and beyond.
Precision medicine is an emerging approach for disease treatment and prevention that considers individual variability in genes, environment, and lifestyle. Revna Biosciences believes that this approach, when used by doctors and researchers, helps predict more accurately which treatment and prevention strategies for a particular disease will work in a particular group of people. This approach contrasts with one-size-fits-all approach in which disease treatment and prevention strategies are designed for the average person, but precision medicine considers the investigation of the individual genes before adopting therapies for better health outcome.
With an operational base in Accra, Ghana, Revna Bio is conveniently positioned to impact lives right from the heart of West Africa, with access to a growing network of healthcare facilities and diverse patient population. Additionally, with its multidisciplinary laboratory facility, Revna Bio is equipped to conduct a wide range of targeted biomedical research while providing much-needed clinical research and molecular diagnostic services. The Revna Bio facility has, among others, a dedicated sample receipt and processing lab, a PCR lab, general microbiology, post-amplification, node template, and a dark unit, all of which have been medically engineered and operated at the biosafety level 2 category. Our virology and bacteriology laboratories have been engineered to operate at the biosafety level 3 category. We also have a bioarchive of short and long-term storage of biological samples for current and future research in areas of biomarker discovery, disease characterization, diagnostics, and therapeutics.
This is Revna Biosciences Bioarchive, where we store tissues for diagnostics and research purposes. In our bioarchive, we have a refrigerator that has a temperature range of 2 to 8 degrees Celsius for storage of consumables that have that temperature and samples as well. And we also have the negative 25 degrees and negative 80 degrees freezers for storing samples that have that temperature ranges to keep them viable for the purposes. And then aside the fridges and then the refrigerator, we have the fume hood and then the biosafety cabinets that we use for tissue grossing. And then after grossing tissues, we process the samples, embed, microtome
Then we put them on the slides and then stain them for microscopy. Aside the storage devices like the refrigerators and the freezers, we have a liquid nitrogen container that requires the liquid nitrogen, which is used to store samples that require that kind of storage environment for the sample's viability to maintain for the intended purposes.
With these fully equipped laboratories and a highly dedicated and close-knit team, Revna Bio is primed to contribute to impacting lives in the infectious disease, oncology, and a host of other non-communicable disease areas.
In line with our mission to increase the access to and the discovery of advanced molecular diagnostics in Africa as an essential step towards the enrichment of the world multiomic database, we have invested in advanced molecular testing techniques. And this, together with a team of dedicated scientists, we'll be bringing esoteric testing in the area of oncology, infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, genetics to the doorstep of the Ghanaian and the sub-region as a whole.
In a bid to fill the global genomic dataset shortage involving insights from Africans, we have partnered with Diatech Pharmacogenetics and Qiagen GmbH to make precision medicine accessible in the region. With these key partnerships and a commitment to global quality standards, Revna Bio is playing its part in introducing practical, novel solutions to the region and shortening the distance between the lab and our communities. We have also partnered with Microsoft and Amazon Web Services to utilize their cloud computing services, software systems, as well as their dynamic analytics and applications to further augment our technological infrastructure. With the core of our work fully centered on our patients, measures have been put in place to ensure that their rights in relation to personal data are not compromised. In very practical ways, we care about the comfort and privacy of our patients or clients. Therefore, we have a dedicated concierge officer to ensure that we remain true to this goal. Further, our facility provides a modern, secure, and welcoming environment with well-trained and committed staff for walk-in clients. The Revna Bio team's expertise covers the full spectrum of clinical, diagnostic, and research services with experience from across the globe, yet it's grounded by a deep understanding of our local institutional voids.
Given a focus on harnessing the power of data insights, Revna Biosciences has invested in data scientists and bioinformaticians who apply the tools of computation and analysis for the capturing and interpretation of complex and unstructured data into meaningful insights to promote precision medicine.
Revna Biosciences believes in the power of collaboration and is therefore actively pursuing and developing partnerships with Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, Kolebu Teaching Hospital, University of Ghana Medical School, and the 37 Military Hospital, among others. Our medical diagnostic tests are authorized by the Ghana FDA and are all CE-IVD marked to ensure patients receive locally the same high-quality tests available in other parts of the world with very short turnaround times. Currently, our test menu includes oncology, infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, non-invasive prenatal testing, among others. In keeping with our research aspirations, we look forward to identifying de novo insights peculiar to Africans to drive the manufacture of new therapies, vaccines, and gene-targeted therapies as we strive to make precision medicine a reality in Africa and beyond. Our goal is to utilize the insights we generate to facilitate the development and registration of new products for improved outcomes in Africans and globally. The Revna approach thus addresses current challenges with medical treatment while simultaneously accruing the insights essential for Africa's meaningful participation in precision medicine advancement. This approach ensures that Revna Bio sustainably walks the healthcare journey with Africans for the benefit of all humanity. For more information on our products and services, visit our website www.revnabio.com and sign up for our newsletters.
Thank you. So this is Revna Bio. I just wanted to introduce it from this perspective so you can understand where we're coming from. And a lot of this has been driven by, years of observation and, just the fortune of being on both sides of the spectrum. Being fortunate enough to be in the drug development world, both in Europe and then the last 12 years in the US, and then also having grown up in Ghana in a healthcare system, I was able to have some peculiar insights that shaped the way Revna looks right now. And oftentimes people ask why. The point is this: most of us here understand, and I think a lot of that has come up earlier on, where to succeed in Africa, in especially the biomedical space, you have to have certain functional adaptations beyond your focal point. Now, we want to develop better drugs for us, better medicines, and new vaccines. But how do we do that if we don't have the baseline data? From a scientist perspective, that's the question I'm asking. Yes, we want to build, manufacturing capabilities, but there's so much upstream before we get to the manufacturing bit. And those are some of the voids that we want to fill. And fortunately for us, in this time that we find ourselves, the tools are available. And we see the diagnostic piece as the starting point, because if you understand the diseases you have, you understand the biological mechanism driving these diseases, then the other part is easy, targeting those errors. And that is the approach that Revna wants to use. There's also the added benefit of the sustainability of it, because we don't want to be the sort of entity that's constantly going out there asking for money. In fact, up until this point, Revna hasn't taken any money from any institution. We've done all of this just through friends and family help. And that is the model we want to roll out, to say, look, in our own small ways, we can do stuff and then ask for help to do the bigger things. And that is what we're trying to do, where you build a system that is self-sustaining, addressing present needs, and then keeping an eye on the future. So that is where I want to stop today. Tomorrow's talk is about precision medicine. I'll explain and provide evidence of how in the short space of time that we've been unveiled, we've been able to, one, impact regulatory updates, build a pipeline, and then harness opportunities to bring technology that hitherto hasn't been introduced to the continent. So I'll pause there in the interest of time, and then hopefully tomorrow fill in a few gaps if those still remain after the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very amazing even to go through the video and to see what Revna is doing, and also the fact of brain drain, whatever you were speaking to in the earlier session, that he had experience from Europe to the US, and he has experience from Africa, and he has brought back the solutions to Africa. And I like the last part that he said, that sustainability, whatever we can do at a local level, we do it to sustain the process at a local level, and then later we can expand. So our last speaker is, oh, sorry, help me upload Dr. Derek. Sorry. And we are almost done. So help me welcome Sister Antonia Nakamanya. She's Executive Director of Farmer Skill Consult. Okay, clap please. No, that was not good. Let's do it better.
Thank you very much. Apparently, I'm not a director. I used to be, but I'm not anymore. Thank you. Good afternoon, my brothers and sisters. I'm glad to have you when you are tired and a little bit drowsy. I request that we stand up and do what I do. Do what I do. Dance, dance, dance. Move, move, move. Behind, behind, behind. Behind, behind, behind. In front, in front, in front. In front, in front, in front. Thank you very much. My name is Antonia Nakamia. Nakamanya is a different person, but mine is Nakamia. Now, I must say what I prepared, we've already shared from other speakers. I don't know whether my talk is online. Is it? Do you have it? I sent it. Do you have it? Antonia. Well, it has not reached, so it is okay. I'm going to talk about challenges and opportunities of the pharmaceutical manufacturing in the sub-Sahara Africa, which we've been discussing actually. So I will skip what we've discussed and just point out a few things. Now, when you think about it, health contribution is actually done by everybody, including ourselves and everyone that actually thinks. So that percentage which the minister was talking about is about 2%. Is actually beyond that in Africa because we look after ourselves very much, especially on diet, because we eat food from the garden, don't we? And I know some people don't like to talk about herbal medicine, but 80% WHO estimated that 80% of Africans use herbal medicines. So you can't rub it out of our culture. So I'm going to talk about a few things which have been talked. The 3% of global manufacturing in Africa is actually a reality because we don't have maybe the facility or the push, because this conference has been pushed by someone who is very much interested in actually thinking out of the box. That is the Pope. So we want to think outside the box because we've been thinking about the box, in the box, in the box, until COVID hit us, and now Ebola. So we are now started thinking beyond what we've been doing. So the 70 to 90% of pharmaceutical products being used in the sub-Sahara, which are actually imported. You can't think about cooking your own food until you go hungry. So we are hungry now because during the COVID pandemic, there was a time, I didn't tell you, I'm a pharmacist by profession. There's a time we had very few imports in Uganda. And they were threatening, in fact, I bought 3-month supply of medicine for my mother, thinking that by the time we have no medicine, I think she will have something. Apparently, she died of COVID in 2021. But what I'm trying to say is that we have to think outside the box, and this is the time. Now, this has already been said, but I have to emphasize it, is almost all the domestic pharmaceutical manufacturers, I call them domestic because many people don't want to be called local. When you say local manufacturers, some people don't feel comfortable. So I call it domestic manufacturers. Actually, they produce drug to product, they do drug to product manufacturing because we cannot afford to prepare, it is too expensive to prepare the raw material or the active pharmaceutical ingredients within Africa. we are actually importing finished products, and some of them do the packaging. Even the packaging sometimes is done by very few of them. So, and we have actually, it was mentioned, I think by the minister, I can't remember who mentioned it, that we have only one pre-qualified vaccine manufactured in Senegal. I remember that. When I was told to talk about, give a talk, I actually chose, I'm the one who chose this, and I walked through local manufacturers myself. I visited them. I knew them because when I was working with National Drug Authority, I was an inspector of pharmaceutical manufacturing in over 10 countries, including Uganda. So I have friends there who are pharmacists in those factories. So as I was chatting with them, I asked them what is on the ground. How do you feel? What is hampering the manufacturing of products in Africa, in the Sub-Sahara? Because I call it Sub-Sahara because Egypt is not part of the Sub-Sahara, it's northern. And Egypt actually has even active pharmaceutical ingredient companies. They are far advanced than us. So the Sub-Sahara is where we are talking about. Oh, you got it. Can you go to slide number 5, please? Okay. Someone was saying that the government is supporting us, local manufacturers, but these ones on the ground told me that, okay, they offer some investment incentives and tax waivers, but they said it's not enough. It does not support them enough to be able to actually move forward and make production very useful to us. Now, market-related challenges have been exhausted, so please go to the next slide. Oh, they did mention that the reason why they are not actually entering the market, because donors, I'm sorry, donors who are here, USAID and CDC and what have you, they are saying that donors are very good and they are very welcome. Apparently, their policies don't favor local manufacturers because they bring up a big policy and there is an insect down there, the smallest insect, competing with the big one. So they cannot compete because the policies and the specification they put on, for example, they say you have to be WHO pre-qualified as a company to compete. WHO pre-qualification is very expensive. I've gone through it because I prepared our laboratory in Uganda for that, and we achieved it. But the hassle we went through was a nightmare, and it was very expensive. Lucky enough, we had some donation, and we actually did it. But for a manufacturer to go to WHO pre-qualification standard is too expensive. And that is what our donors are saying. And that is the market which local manufacturers want to compete with in order to advance, but they can't. So they sell small market. They rely on the local market within the individual countries. So, next, please. The market is that one actually is very obvious. It's still undetermined because they produce very little. The volume of the imported medicine are very competitive because China and India are the main suppliers within Africa. And the volume they produce, in fact, when you compare the prices, they are far much cheaper when you are looking at a Panadol which is imported than the Panadol which is actually made by within Kenya or Tanzania or Uganda or Rwanda here. And you wonder, what are they using? They are using raw materials which are actually from India. So we import raw materials within Africa, and then we end up selling our Panadol very, very expensive. So you can imagine, we can't compete. So local manufacturers, the guys were telling me, we cannot compete because they produce in bulk, the raw materials are on their side. For us, we have to import it here, and we end up putting our Panadol higher in price in order to remain in the market competitively. They are saying the reason why it's undetermined is because even the medicine needs of the country are not known. That quantification of knowing that we need so much of Panadol or name it, any product or antibiotic, ampicillin or amoxicillin, is actually is not known. So the data is not consolidated enough. And by the way, regulators are the ones with that data, but they just don't give it away. I was working with National Drug Authority. You can't just walk in and ask for data or information and it is given to you. No, that is a secret. God knows what type of secret it is, but it is true. Because they ask you for data and they ask you for many letters. They move from the office of the Minister of Health from one corner to the other without getting it. They tell you go and write letters, they will never be answered. That is the protocol. That is the bureaucracy is too much. Next, please. High cost of production. When my colleague sister was talking about it, whatever she was talking about was true, but she didn't mention one thing, is about good manufacturing practice. Good manufacturing practice is a must in medicine production. Good manufacturing practice is internationally with WHO it is internationally known that every product must be produced from door. From the time you produce raw materials or active pharmaceutical ingredients or even excipients. Excipients are those products that you put in like starch that assist in actually make the tablet bulky because active ingredients are measured in milligrams or micrograms. So in order to make a tablet to be able to be touched or be swallowed whole or be moved, otherwise the microgram, how do you prepare that small powder? So right from the raw materials at the door must go through a procedure which is standardized to be able to make a fully quality product. Quality is built in a product, is not actually inserted later on. So it is very expensive. Even building a factory which complies with good manufacturing practice is another hassle. In Uganda, we have a new factory called Day. It is very big, massive. We don't know how much they've inserted, how much money they've pumped in that. But even CIPRA is also massive. And the demands of good manufacturing practice is very high. So we are also using imported packaging materials are used, even boxes. They have to follow certain specification. You can't wake up one day and say, I'm going to do that. I will give you a story of a certain Indian guy. I'm sorry to mention the country. They thought that manufacturing in Uganda was very cheap. So they came and invested in Uganda. Apparently, National Drug Authority, of course, their role is to ensure quality, safety, and name it. So every time they were told to come and report at which stage they've reached in actually preparing that product, the products which they had started, and they had not started actually producing, but building. Every step you have to inform National Drug Authority. Now you have reached here. Can you come and inspect and give us a go-ahead? Otherwise, you cannot just build a building and put it there and say, we've finished, now we can start manufacturing amoxicillin. The guy, that time I was in the lab, and they used to sample. Local manufacturers are actually favored by government in a way. They tell you, in Uganda, they sample your products. We send our inspectors to sample your product at the beginning. We come and test it. The guy could not believe that the samples were failing. He said, but this is local manufacturing. We said, local manufacturing does not actually compromise quality. So for them, they thought that coming and producing in Uganda would be very sympathetic for them to be able to market a product which does not meet quality, which is not right. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is there are very high costs of producing a product. Next, please. Okay, those are maybe something which I should mention. Local manufacturing, because they actually produce very little products for sale, because you have to produce based on the market. You have to keep your eye ahead, knowing that, oh, I'm producing 10,000 capsules. Where am I going to sell them? Because they have a lifestyle, a shelf life. So when you produce them, you must know where to sell them. So you cannot buy inputs or raw materials in bulk. Otherwise, they will expire, even the raw materials. Now, you cannot benefit from economies of scale. You can see how difficult it is for local manufacturers. These guys were telling me the stories and actually talking to me face to face. And they say, you are going to a conference which is going to improve local manufacturing. Come, we sit down. We actually sat, about 5 of them. And they told me their problems. Next, please. Anyone? That one we've covered. Please, next, please. Insufficient capacity of national drug authorities to control quality of medicine. There is one national drug authority within any individual country. And by structure, there are various departments, including laboratory, including drug registration, pharmacovigilance, and, name it. Now, that department, to cover a whole country, it is almost impossible. They try. They actually try. If they were having, they even have regional offices. Don't get me wrong. But the capacity of reaching on the medicine that everyone takes in Uganda or any African country and monitor it, including what has entered the market, is not that easy. So domestic pharmaceutical manufacturers actually don't seem to improve despite the annual inspections. Why? It's because they go there one round to CIPLA, one round to name it to another company. And then you spend a full year without going back. I don't think that is enough. And they lack resources to facilitate domestic pharmaceutical manufacturing. Why? Because if you compare it with the countries like India and China, they pay for GMP inspection. I don't know how much they pay these days. They used to pay $4,000 for any single inspection. Now, when they send 2 inspectors per factory, when they are paying $4,000, that is good money. They put off of course, the ticket and the hotel. The balance is theirs to use for other activities. Local manufacturers are free because the child of the house. Child of the house does not pay. So there is no time there that is going to be created in order to reach local manufacturers to improve their quality. So thinking about outside the box further, we have to think about how to motivate, how to monitor these local manufacturers in Africa. What can we do? I know we have drug regulatory monitoring or harmonization, but that is only enabling. It is only enabling. It is not solving the problem. It is not. And actually, it is working on policies which are, for your information, are not there. They remain at regional level, but they are overridden by the local policies. Like Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, they will strengthen their policies within their individual countries. And now when the others have come to bring new policies, they will say, that will not work. I've seen it. That can't work. Because it is made by high policy people. There, people on the ground are looking at it as if to say, okay, let them implement. They're not implementing because the policies are not built from down. They are actually made by ministers. I'm sorry, the minister is not here. Next, please. Now, each country has their own pharmaceutical manufacturers association. These are bodies which are uniting manufacturers. I'll give you an example of Uganda. Uganda Pharmaceutical Manufacturer Association has not succeeded actually in winning over all manufacturers in Uganda. For example, this is in particularly for Uganda. I know it is even in other countries. Is because they are competitors, by the way, in the first place. They are not allies, they are competitors. They are competing for each other and they play their cards very close to their chest. So when they are invited to those meetings and what have you, they send, some of them send representatives, and some companies have not actually even joined. So they are lacking that lobbying platform of actually talking to government or to be listened to. So in that is actually one of the challenges they told me about. Next, please. We are looking at now another challenge. Before that, I think number 7. Oh, sorry, I think number 7, the slide before. I just want to talk about it. The next one. No, you are going behind. Okay, let me first talk about this. This is actually already done, R&D. But under R&D, I want to emphasize the weak links between industry and academia. Apparently, our program or our curriculum does not emphasize in universities that within that bridge in between to actually go to factories and learn practically what has been taught. And unfortunately in Africa, especially in Uganda, our universities don't have those equipment for quality control or manufacturing domestically at small scale level. So they go to the factory when they've finished the university for a year. And that is the time when they are actually even doing other things, internship, they are preparing to do exams, they are reading here and there. but practically actually going onto those machines at Quality Chemicals, they're not allowed because they think they are going to break their machines because it is expensive. And they're not allowed to actually even go and actually have a go. I was heading the National Drug Quality Control Laboratory, and the researchers were asking us if they could come and do their research using our HPLC, high performance liquid chromatography. Very expensive machine. Now when it breaks down, you have to fly in someone from South Africa. We could not allow them, including myself. I'm sorry. And I look at it and I say, what could I have done? Because the policy was that way. But the link between academia and industry is actually very, very weak. So we have to think outside the box and make sure that these curriculum are adjusted in such a way that at least these students are allowed at least 3 months in between the study to go and actually have a hand into the manufacturing of products. Otherwise, we are passing people who are academically active but practically incapable. Another one, please. That inadequate human resource we've touched already. More, please. Next, please. Now, WHO has estimated that 42% of global substandard and falsified is actually in Africa. Do you know what that means? Someone goes and copies exactly what amoxicillin made by AstraZeneca in a certain way that is similar. Very difficult even to identify that it is a falsified or substandard. And comes and makes a market in Africa and gets a lot of money. Those are counterfeiters, they are called. It is very, very bad within Africa. Very bad. They are actually making billions and billions of money. I don't know what we are going to do. In fact, if we can eliminate those, and those are people who have been in multi-company business, so they are doing the business outside from where they've been. I'm sorry, Johnson & Johnson, someone who has that experience is the one who actually makes those falsified products, and they earn a lot of money, a fortune. Next, please. This is the slide where research and development is needed. These are diseases which are endemic in Africa, and they are not outside. One example is Ebola. Ebola, unless it has actually, someone has flown out to Europe or America with Ebola, they are actually not getting it there. It is in here. They say it's from monkeys. I don't know. Those who eat monkeys are the ones who have brought it. I don't know how delicate it is. Now, the sickle cell anemia is another problem in Africa. Apparently, they are relieved by a drug called hydroxyurea. I know of a child, a friend of mine has a child, she's now 14 years. But she has suffered from childhood. There is no medicine. No one wants to do the research because it is endemic in Africa. This is not, very few people in Asia or Europe or wherever have anemia. I mean sickle cell anemia, and the people suffer. Anthrax is another one. Nodding disease in northern Uganda and South Sudan is another one where a child's head drops. And they become so thin, and it's horrible. So research and development should be done so that at least we have that information for developing drugs which can actually help on those diseases. Next, please. Now we have opportunities. Lucky enough, we have opportunities. What are those opportunities that can enable us to move out of this hiding place? We have harmonization of regulators. AMA recently came up, and the office is here in Rwanda, and the East African Community and SADC for development. We have national regulatory authorities in place all over the place. And this can actually have enough information which they can share with Haiti in the new, looking at the new policies that can be made by Haiti in order to, so that we can think outside the box. Then NDA could strengthen GMP inspection and approvals to encourage domestic pharmaceutical production. There is a common behavior between domestic manufacturers and the foreign manufacturers. What is it? It is whenever they know that National Drug Authority is going to do inspection at their factory, they clean the house. Once NDA has left, because they apply after every 3 years, and even local manufacturers, they are once a year. When they know National Drug Authority is visiting, the house will be clean. All the policies, all the documentation, all the standard operating procedures needed, you will be in the house. Once they've gone, until next time. So what are we swallowing in between? God knows. So we have to think about the box, and national drug authorities have to think, not to alert those people, let them go at random and see what they actually do. I'm not saying that NDA is not doing anything, but that warning has something which actually makes the people pass, and they give us the drug which are not of good standard in the next coming 3 years. By the way, it is that license is issued once every 3 years. So you can imagine. Next, please. Another opportunity which we have. We all, those who are coming from Africa, we all have starch. Starch is a bulk excipient, which is cheap within our countries. It is from maize, from cassava, from even bananas, and what have you. So we have that excipient, which can be purified within. That is an opportunity. But you can imagine importing starch and then putting that cost on it, on the tablet. Don't you think it is killing us? Because people for us here, we may be able to afford God's blessing, which has brought us here. But people in the far village, if you have ever visited village people, they can't afford even 500 shillings a tablet. So the manufacture, that is an opportunity of excipients. Public-private partnership is possible. An example is CIPLA in Uganda, actually coupled with a multinational, Quality Chemicals coupled with CIPLA, and now they are producing and exporting. So when we are thinking about partnership, we should do like CIPLA did, like northern Uganda in Egypt. They are actually coupling with multinational companies to be able to produce products which they can sell or export within Africa. Civil society organizations like Haiti have a neutral voice. They can be heard by governments to actually even carry out the sensitization of government so that they can support domestic manufacturers. And the source needs assessment of domestic pharmaceutical industry is also possible. Maybe from donors, I don't know. Next, please. Okay. Now, civil society advocacy is another thing which I've just mentioned. Then the presence of universities sub-Saharan Africa is also another opportunity which can be utilized. I thank you very much. And these are the references which I used to produce that information. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sister, for that comprehensive presentation. And thanks for also giving us what is happening with the domestic manufacturers and the challenges which they are facing, and also the opportunities which we have for us to increase that. And because of time, Father Charles, should I take just one question, or should we go to the next session? I feel like so much time has been lost in this session. Please, maybe we can just close it and we can discuss it later, or maybe people can meet with the panelists, please, because of time. Please understand. I don't know whether that's okay with you. Good judgment. Okay, thank you so much. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having us in this session. And in case you need to discuss with the panelists, they are here with us, and feel free to reach out to them. And thank you so much for giving us a chance. Thank you. Okay, so we can go for a break and we come back at 4:30. Okay, thank you so much. Enjoy.
he needed to stay around. And Ziki is the overall coordinator of the ASAP, Academic Stands Against Poverty. And there's a lot of academics here. We're going to register you for another one. At Haiti, we also have ASAP, Academics Stand Against Poverty. So we need academics to work against poverty. And we are glad to have Ziki here, who's the overall coordinator of our effort. So without much ado, I will call Thomas to come through and introduce himself. Maybe before you put the slides, you can allow us to see his face.
Right.
Thomas? Thomas, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay, now we can see you. And you'll see some of us at the session. Thomas, go ahead.
Okay. Going ahead. I have a bit of an echo. I will reduce my sound. Good afternoon, everybody. Greetings to Kigali, and my regrets that I can't be with you in person. I watched some of the proceedings earlier, and it was quite a fascinating discussion. So thank you for that. I will speak to you today, if I can make it happen. The screen sharing doesn't come up. Okay. I will speak to you today on just access to medical technologies. Let's start with the beginning of the US century. In 1941, it begins with President Roosevelt's famous For Freedom speech, where he laid out the basics of a post-war order. He postulated there are 4 freedoms that he wanted to see implemented all over the world. And the third one is important for us, freedom from want, which means economic understandings which will secure to every nation a healthy peacetime life for its inhabitants, promising freedom from poverty, promising prosperity for the whole world. Well, in a sense, this promise has been kept. Since 1941, the gross world product has risen 17-fold, a totally unprecedented growth in the world economy, which has 2 components. On the one hand, the world population has increased by a factor of 3.5, from 2.3 to 8 billion people. And on the other hand, the gross income per person has risen 5-fold. So if you look at world income today, you find that the gross world product is 161 trillion international dollars. These are dollars assessed at the purchasing power that US dollars have in the United States. If you divide that by 8 billion human beings, you come to about $20,000 per person per year. And if you divide again by 365, you come to $55 per person per day. And that is 5 times greater than what the average income was in 1941. But, here's the but, if all segments of the human population had participated equally in economic growth, then even the poorest people today would have at least 5 times as much income as one needs to survive. Everybody would have risen by a factor of 5. But of course, that hasn't happened. We have still a tremendous amount of poverty, as perhaps most clearly exemplified by the food statistics. People who are unable to afford a healthy diet in the year 2020 numbered 42% of the world's population And in Africa, it was 80% of the population that could not afford a healthy diet costing the equivalent of $3.50 in international dollars. Now, since then, the situation has gotten even worse because of rapidly rising food prices due to COVID and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, of course. But still, these statistics are shocking, even if you just take the 2020 ones. Now, poverty persists, of course, because of increasing inequality. The poorest people on this planet fall farther behind. They do not participate in this marvelous growth that the US-dominated world order has achieved. Why is that? Well, the quick answer is because the supranational rules and other structures that organize the world economy, the world financial system, world trade, and so on, these supranational rules are designed by the wealthiest corporations and people and the states that they can influence. Those who can effectively lobby the strongest governments, and particularly the United States, are in the best position to structure, to determine the content of these supranational structures. One big example is TRIPS, which Charles mentioned in the opening remarks. TRIPS is one appendix of the World Trade Organization's founding treaty, Appendix 1C, and it requires all WTO member states to issue 20-year product patents for innovations. Now, patents generate trillions of dollars in monopoly rents for patent holders, who are, of course, those with the resources to reach innovations first. To achieve an innovation, you have to be cutting edge, and for that you need capital, you need economic capital, money. You also need education, skills, training in order to succeed in that race. Now, of course, here, the richest corporations have a tremendous advantage, and it's no surprise that most of the patents are owned by people in the global north, by big corporations in particular. Now, these patents make a lot of money for those people, but they also lead to exorbitant prices that exclude large segments of the human population. You can see why. This is an unequal world, and the red line here presents the demand curve. How many units of a product will you sell given a particular price? You can see here, if you raise the price of a product, fewer and fewer people can buy it because many are too poor to afford it. But of course, you also have greater profit margin if you sell at a higher price. If you are a monopolist, if you are the only one selling a product, then you don't have to worry about competition. So the only question is who can afford to buy your product. If it's an important life-saving medicine, for example, everybody who needs it and can afford it will actually buy it. So let's start with a price of $38. At $38, you get about 21% of the world's population buying it, and your earnings are represented by this orange square. Now, you could, thinking that it would be nice to have more customers, you can lower your price, capture more of the potential buyers, but you can see the profit margin goes down. And so in the end, you actually make less money selling to more people. The trick is to raise the price extremely high to sell just to the very richest, because then you gain so much on the profit margin that it doesn't matter that you cannot serve 90% of the world's population. And this is what often happens with pharmaceuticals. Of course, they differentiate, so they sell at cheaper prices in poorer countries. But even there, they sell at prices that only the rich can afford, because that way they capture more money than they would if you sold at lower prices. So here's a concrete example
from the pharmaceutical sector, a drug called sofosbuvir. Sofosbuvir is for hepatitis C. It's an important, really good drug. It was introduced in the United States at $84,000 per course of treatment. You have to take 84 pills to get rid of your hepatitis C. And that means you have to take for 84 days, 1 pill a day at the cost of $1,000 per pill. Again, in poorer countries, it's somewhat cheaper, but the US price was fully 3,000 times manufacturing cost. So you produce these pills for 30 cents a pill, and you sell them for $1,000 a pill. These high prices, these extremely high prices, lead to deadweight losses as many mutually beneficial sales don't come about. But for pharmaceutical companies, this is still the way to maximize profit if you have a monopoly, if you have a patent and nobody else can compete with you. Now, these exorbitant prices obviously exclude the poor, and they exclude many middle-class people. Many middle-class people cannot afford these high prices for pharmaceuticals. There are plenty of generic manufacturers, both in Africa and in India and in other countries in the global south, who would gladly supply these very advanced medicines to poor populations at much lower prices. But of course, they are not allowed to do so because each of the WTO member states has to enforce patents and so must crack down on generic companies that are selling these products, would like to sell these products at normal markups of 20% or 30%. So in our world, millions of poor people suffer and die because they cannot afford medicines that could be mass-produced very cheaply. And this is really a tremendous injustice and a tremendous outrage. Now, this reliance on patent rewards excludes the poor also in another way. It excludes them because it is already known in advance by pharmaceutical companies that poor people cannot pay high monopoly markups. And so innovators tend to ignore the needs that are specific to the poor. In particular, they ignore diseases of poverty, such as tuberculosis, hepatitis, malaria, HIV/AIDS, measles, tropical diseases. These diseases are responsible for a very large part of the global burden of disease, and yet they get a very tiny sliver of research funding, which mostly is funding that goes to universities rather than funding from pharmaceutical companies. So this means the poor are doubly excluded. Their specific diseases are ignored, and the diseases for which we do have remedies, so long as the remedies are patented, the poor don't get access. Now, ignoring the poor, excluding the poor, means that we are undermining the fight against infectious diseases, for example. These diseases can survive among the poor, and the poor become breeding grounds for new, sometimes drug-resistant disease variants. We saw that very strongly in the recent COVID pandemic, where new variants were bred among poor populations. And we also see it in malaria and tuberculosis, where drug-resistant strains of disease develop among poor populations, in particular through the fact that sometimes they can afford to buy 1 or 2 pills, but then don't take the full course of treatment, and thereby allow the strongest, the most resistant pathogens to gain an advantage over other pathogens that are more susceptible to the relevant drug. Now, I'm not denying that we need innovation incentives. Investments in innovation are expensive, especially in the pharmaceutical sector, and of course, they should be rewarded so that they occur, so that innovators can cover their fixed cost of research and development and can make a decent profit. The Question is, how should we reward them? What I'm saying is that monopoly rewards, rewarding them by giving them a patent that allows them to hike up the price to the blue skies, that's not a very good way of rewarding pharmaceuticals, pharmaceutical innovations. Impact rewards would be much better. We should reward a new pharmaceutical according to the health gains that are achieved with that pharmaceutical, according to its impact on the burden of disease. This would include poor people as equals. You would get as much reward for curing a poor person as you would get for curing a rich person. And it would encourage a holistic strategy where you aim to contain and eradicate an infectious disease. The biggest money that pharmaceutical companies could ever make with a product is by suppressing, containing, and eradicating the disease completely. That would maximize the impact on the disease burden and thereby maximize the earnings of the pharmaceutical company. We have to incentivize them so that they do the right thing rather than incentivizing them to ignore the poor, which benefits them in the present system by keeping the disease alive and thereby keeping rich people interested in buying the remedies. So the idea that I just presented, we need impact rewards instead of monopoly rewards. This idea will be the subject of a discussion tomorrow in plenary panel number 4, where we at 12 o'clock or whatever the schedule will be by that time, where we'll discuss this in greater length. For the moment, I leave it here and wish you all a wonderful conference. Thank you.
To step forward. As I said, Zeki is a coordinator, overall coordinator of the Academic Stand Against Poverty in Africa, and she is based in, is it Pretoria or Johannesburg? Johannesburg.
The
Yeah.
Wild Wild West.
Okay. Thank you, Zeki. All yours. You have? Okay.
Testing. Good afternoon, everyone. You look well rested and ready for another session. Father Charles, am I the last one or there's someone coming after me? I am the last. The last shall be the first, I suppose. Thank you for your patience. And I guess I'm tagging on to what my colleague, Dr. Thomas, just talked about, adding a little bit more information and just speaking from a point of view from the African side of things. I'll start off by saying good afternoon once more. And I'm very excited to be here. And I have truly been encouraged by the speeches, the talks, the presentations that have come from every presenter today to see that we're all heading in the right direction. And as usual, I do hope that from the talks, there will be action after this. My name is Ziki Ngobo. I know Father Charles tried to say my last name. Don't worry, there are lots of South Africans who cannot say my last name either. And I'm the global coordinator for Academics Stand Against Poverty, but I also work very closely with the Health Impact Fund, and I'm very excited to see how far the Health Impact Fund has come within Africa. And tomorrow I look forward to the discussion around the Ubuntu Health Impact Fund program. I'm here to represent the Health Impact Fund by talking about how intellectual property rights can have unwanted effects when it comes to accessing medicines, especially for middle to low income countries. I will also discuss how this can be remedied through the use of alternative models that incentivize pharmaceutical innovation. Can we please go to the next slide? Not a problem. I'll continue speaking. It's been more than 25 years since the adoption of the Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights, the TRIPS, and the same concerns raised during that time or during the negotiations, such as high prices of medicines, market exclusivity, and delayed market entry for generics remain relevant today as they were back then. Slide 3, please. Several of these issues were highlighted recently by the COVID-19 pandemic. It was found that in 2022, the 10 most critical drugs used to treat COVID-19 had risen by an unusual 4% globally during the crisis. The cost for over half of these essential COVID-19 medicines rose across 80 countries between February and June 2020. The graph in the next slide illustrates how smaller Western countries were hit with substantial price increases. Price hikes for versions of the 10 drugs in Denmark, for example, averaged around 71.6%. In Netherlands and Sweden, they averaged at 43.1% and 37.5%, respectively. The United Kingdom had price increases of up to 49%, mainly for azithromycin. I mentioned these because immediately the first thing that sprang to mind was Africa. We can only imagine how the African countries fared with these increases. African governments not only struggled to pay for these drugs used to treat COVID-19, but they found themselves paying more for the vaccines. In the next slide with the table, please go back a little bit. Nick, before that one. I think there's one slide that's missing. Can you see if you can go forward? Can you, after that, let me just see. Yeah, let me just, no, please go back. I think there was a slide that kind of dropped. It's okay. Thank you, though. Go back a little bit more to the, yeah, you can go back. Yeah, we'll leave it there. It's fine. We'll leave it there. Okay. The table that I had before actually depicted, you could see the actual prices that some of the countries paid, mostly African countries, for the COVID-19 vaccines, which are from Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Oxford, AstraZeneca, Vaxzevria, and Covishield. And the table depicted the prices where you could see clearly that in most cases, African countries paid more. At that time, our Deputy Director General of Health in South Africa, Aben Pillay, said that the higher prices were because of other countries who contributed to research and development, a feat many of these countries were able to achieve due to the financial and physical capabilities of their governments, international institutions, private sector and research institutions, and nonprofits. We can go on to the next slide. In 2022, a TRIPS waiver deal was reached and it allowed the temporal removal of intellectual property barriers around patents for COVID-19 vaccines. This was to speed up manufacturing and ease access to life-saving products in the midst of a pandemic. A simple act that ensured that low and middle-income countries would have ease of access to life-saving drugs at a cheaper price, while at the same time reducing COVID-19 infection rates and increasing global health security. Unfortunately, many life-saving medicines that are mostly needed in low and middle-income countries cannot be granted a TRIPS waiver deal. So much so that defenders of the patent system for medicines have argued that without such a system, there will be very little investment in research and development, and thus little innovation. In the long run, many of these medical products will remain expensive and out of reach for those who cannot afford them. As Dr. Thomas spoke very much about how those who end up being excluded are the poorer side of the communities or the global community. This often leads to a great number of people in these communities or countries being left without treatment for their numerous and often fatal illnesses, and thus consequently becoming proliferators of communicable diseases. If medicines are more expensive, they'll be affordable to the better off only, as was seen with the hoarding of vaccines during the COVID-19 pandemic. What is needed is a system that pays more for the competent delivery of medicines and other medical technologies than what poor people can afford. In other words, the focus should be on the impact of medicines on patients, rather than an individual's economic status. Can we go to the next slide, please? The Health Impact Fund encourages this thought. It proposes that we create complementary incentives that de-link the price of medicines from the fixed costs of innovation and cover the latter through health impact rewards. In other words, the more a registered medicine lengthens or improves a human life, the higher the reward payments that its innovator receives from the Health Impact Fund. In this way, the health of all human beings is weighted equally, regardless whether they are rich or poor. This alternative model incentivizes pharmaceutical innovation, thus nullifying the patent defender statements about there being very little investment in research and development, and thus little innovation. This very same model aims to increase wider access to medicines and medical technologies in Africa, which could result in a better healthcare system on the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ziki, for another very lucid presentation and creating a very good build-up from what Thomas was reflecting on. Thomas, are you still there? Thomas? Or is he still there? Can you hear us? You look like you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Can't talk to each other.
All right. So, Thomas and Ziki, you want to allow three questions or comments from the audience. So, three. Third question. Except the top. Go ahead, Robert.
So my question was, how can we, if you could just shed some more light, I want to see the structure for the impact bond. Like, we talk of this impact bond. Yeah, but you get my question, yeah? Can you repeat that? Like, what's the structure of this impact bond?
About the structure of the impact board is the people that are involved within the person. Okay, so there are a number of people that are involved in ensuring that this impact fund board runs as it should be. Sorry. We're looking at the health impact. So how the medicines or the projects or the pharmaceutical organizations involved in the prize fund, how their medicines impact the people participating. So we're looking at quality adjusted life years. That's how we'll measure a lot of the impact, or how the population that's participating is impacted by the medicines that they are using. And they get tested, or gets measured every year to see how each population is affected. And depending on the outcome, then the organization that are participating in the Health Impact Fund get paid by that way. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thomas, would you like to add to that? Can't hear. Dr.
That's fine.
Edem.
Thank you, Ziki and Professor Thomas, for this have related to that though is, so assuming two individuals treated by two different companies, one treats treats a cancer and the other treats, let's say, an infectious disease, say group A strep. How do we weight those? Because intellectually, the investment on the one hand might outweigh the other, and that becomes tricky in weighting it.
Thomas, can you take that, please?
Yes, so we are
Go
not
ahead.
interested in the investment, in how much particular pharmaceutical companies have invested in developing a treatment, but rather in what the effect of the treatment is, how much the treatment achieves for the patients. So the more patients are treated and the more health gain these patients experience thanks to the treatment, the more money the company makes. Now, this holds only for those pharmaceuticals that are actually registered with the Health Impact Fund. It's a voluntary scheme where innovators have the choice whether to register their product or not. Those who register get a share of the annual reward pool, which depends on the health impact achieved in the preceding year. So in your example, we would measure the aggregate health impact of the two products. And in the end of the day, we would give, or the year, we would give each of the two innovators an appropriate percentage of the annual pool that corresponds to the percentage of the health gain that they have achieved relative to all the registered products.
Very much. And on that note, we conclude this panel that, as I said, was helping us to understand that as much as we speak about the needed transformation of healthcare systems and establishing the requisite policy frameworks at home in Africa and in our countries, we also need to do work together to ensure that the global architecture also supports the promotion of and preservation of health and life. So I'd like to thank Ziki and Thomas for guiding us through that panel. Thank you very much. Every good wish. Thank you. And at that juncture, I'll turn the microphone over to Fred to conclude for us and usher us into tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Father Charles. But most people to thank today are those people who have graced this occasion. Every time I think about gracing this occasion, I always cannot forget our, so far, the highest traveler, and that's Olivier. You know, people make a lot of sacrifices for humanity. And I believe that this sacrifice you're making, this is not a conference to exchange papers, but to exchange wisdom, like Professor Kokwaro told me this morning. And I was trying to tell Professor Kokwaro that his office and mine are not even 2 meters away from each other, but he has always been not very, very busy that he cannot pass the wisdom. So I've told him that anytime I come to the campus, I'll be going to his office first and ask him which is the word of wisdom today. So I would like to close this way. Father, if you allow me, I would just like to call 2-3 people to tell us what has been the talking point today, and you just say one each. And I'll be volunteering. If you look at me, if our eyes meet, now some people are looking at their phones. Yeah, please. I don't know your name, but please just come to tell us what has this day been like? What has been a talking point for you?
Thank you very much. And you can introduce yourself. Yes, I'm Andreas, and I will moderate tomorrow a panel about integrative health. And I'm coming from Egypt, but I got a lot of information and knowledge about the situation in Africa, because I'm in Egypt since 3 years now. And I think I have an overview about the health situation in Egypt. But here in the other African countries, it's quite different. Even we are facing some similar problems. And so it was just very interesting to get an overview again about the problem of inequality, of to be bounded to the pharmaceutical industry. And especially something is coming always up in my soul when I was listening to you, why we can't do it just in a different way. What is needed? And what is hindering us? What is the problem? And all the time, I think it needs just, in reality, a small step to deal in a different way, to become more independent, to become more empathic, so that why it's so difficult to transform our ego system to a real ecosystem. And I'm convinced that even for the pharmaceutical industry, it's profit to deal out of an understanding, to care, to help out of empathy and profit. I think it's not, it's belonging together in a way. It's just in a different way. So, and that was quite interesting also to get all these informations from all these different countries. And so I thank you very much for all these tons of information and knowledge and expertise.
Thank you very much, Andrea. He says something. Father, did you tell them what really inspired the whole idea on Pope Francis' latest encyclical, isn't it? Is it Laudato Si? Fratelli Tutti. We are brothers and sisters, and people believe that money moves the world or economics moves the world, but the Pope says that actually it is compassion for a brother and a sister that actually moves the world. And Andreas is saying, maybe that's what is lacking. Remember what I told you here? That we can mobilize 400 billion to watch football. And we did in South Africa. And we said it was time for Africa, isn't it? Is it time for Africa? So these questions are still remaining unanswered, Andreas, and that's what we're trying to say. So I'll move to a lady who is avoiding me intentionally to make a remark. Yes, I'm here. Hello. Yeah, just say what was the talking point for you today.
Sorry, my talking point to me today is I'm very happy to hear experiences from different organizations. But talking about pharmaceutical companies being implemented or in Africa, of course, we are all looking forward to it. Only my question was, I have a microphone. I can have a question about sustainability, which I think we shall keep thinking about that, because we need to strategically think about what we want to do, how to do it, and how to achieve on that, because it's important, but it's also important of outcome of what we want to achieve today. Thank you.
In strategy, which is where my area is, we talk about the dreamer, which says, what do you want to achieve? And then there's what you call a realist who asks, how will we do it? And then the other guy who says, what could go wrong? So in summary, that's what she's saying. She's had her dreaming, and she's asking, so how will we do it? And is there something that can go wrong? Again, yes, my brother, you'll have to speak because you're looking at me so straight, which means you're so sure.
I was just paying attention. Thank you very much. I think for me, listening to everybody speak from different angles of the problem just laid how vast the problem is, right? You could come here and just talk about manufacturing. But Revna will come through and say, no, before we even do that, can we start identifying first what the real issues are, right? And then when you finish that, somebody else at the final end is saying, okay, it's not just about the products themselves, but how do they get to the patients, you know? So it's a big problem. And I think in systems leadership, that's what we're always trying to identify, right? To say, can we look at it from a form of a system so that we understand the entire problem, the problem in its entirety, so that when we develop the solution, it will be holistic. And only then can we see sustainable change. So in as much as there are lots of problems identified today and some solutions presented, I am hopeful because we know how vast the problem is and can possibly, with some of the solutions that have been presented, could provide a solution that will be holistic. And 5-10 years from now, we shouldn't be talking about the same problem we're talking about today. Because that's the usual thing we find in Africa, right? People have been talking about the pharmaceutical manufacturing program, you know, for over 16 years. How long are we going to keep on talking and talking and talking, right? And so that's what I'm hoping for tomorrow. We're going to get down to now to say, okay, what are the action points? How can we drive this agenda and see the change?
Those are words of wisdom. I told you Haiti has been born, but at the same time, Haiti has given birth to 7 children, which will be launched tomorrow. I believe that in the 7 children, though they are not the 12 tribes of Israel, there'll be enough to solve Africa's problem. Thank you very much, Father. That has been insightful. You'll give me a chance, just one lady and one gentleman. Those ones, even if they look at me or not, they will speak.
Thank you. What I got from here, I think I heard from Professor Claude that we can't move without communities. We need to involve the communities because they are consumers of what we are trying to put in place. Thank you.
Have you heard that? My choice was not bad, isn't it? Why I'm choosing Father Charles? No, it's Father? Jean, yes. Why I'm choosing you was because of your sermon this morning, but you can say whatever you want now.
Oh, no, I can say what I want. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think what we got a lot of information, a lot of, and the sense I got is that we know what's going on. We know what the problem is. And maybe, as Father Kabore said, information has to become knowledge. And one point was also underlined by most of the talks was the importance of policy, public policy. Maybe if we had more, I don't know, ministers or public servants, they could maybe shed more light on that. Because when the minister talked about what's happening here, and Professor Claude also said it, we see that where there is a kind of good policy, where there is a public incentive, I mean, he gave the figure in terms of number of researchers. And so if there is that kind of pragmatic policy, that can make a difference, I think, for us. Thank you.
Yeah, you say something that when we met with Father and Father was talking about launching a Haiti, we're thinking about Ubuntu Fan only. But Father began thinking about these children every now and then. So, Fred, we can't succeed if we don't influence the policy environment. And that will give birth to another child tomorrow. Father, I'm sure you are aware, but no, we cannot. And that's why the policy environment, Father, like you said, it means that you didn't hear what he was telling me all the time. You're Jesuits, eh? So that has come out very, very clearly. I think we'll end there with just the insights we've gotten from today. I want to thank you very sincerely. And I want us to transition now to tomorrow, right? It's just like a bit of preparation. So tomorrow, first of all, tonight, the program says that we will have dinner. So dinner we are going to have in the Hotel Gracia, right? Starting at 7. So there will be a transition here. For those who like to walk, I don't know, but I think it's safe to walk in Kigali even this hour. I came walking, but you're not walking because there's no means. You're just walking so that at least you can freshen your head. But for those who want to transport, I'm sure transport will be ready as soon as you leave here from outside there. And then from dinner, we can catch up with more. Tomorrow is a very important day because we are moving, like Father has said, we are moving towards action. So we'll begin the session tomorrow here from 8 o'clock, right? The program says 8 a.m. we're beginning here. So that means that anybody leaving the hotel by 7:30, right? You should be leaving and coming here. Fortunately, tomorrow, we are not, when you have very senior people, they control whether they come, when they leave. And so tomorrow we don't have those things. There's no photo session tomorrow. So we have more control of our time. So we're sure we'll finish the day on time. Just to tell you what's happening tomorrow, we shall have Sister Regina trying to give us a little bit of reflection on what happens today. Plenary number 1 will be about public policy. So Father, exactly, public policy for integration, integrative healthcare and medicine in Africa. So that will be moderated by Andreas, like he says. Do you know what's happening, Andreas? People are going to sleep with a lot of expression from you. That's why I picked you. And then we go for the second plenary, which is cutting-edge innovation in healthcare delivery in Africa through precision medicine. And you could tell that already, the moderation will be Ernest. But you see there, you could see the big shots there. Robert, you're coming in, Dr. Robert. You see Adam is coming in, and of course, John Paul. John Paul has got this very, very, very big challenge that he's the one who has been trying to champion the issue that Africa can end up with a manufacturing plan and then execute. In Africa, we have what's called road and map. As a head of, as an expert in strategy, I actually say, people tell me strategy is a roadmap. 2 words, because you can have a road, but there's no map. And sometimes you have a map and there's no road. So we want to ensure we have a road and, don't say roadmap, say road and map. Or map and road, because sometimes, before in Africa, you could see a map drawn very well how the road is moving, but they are just on paper, they are in somebody's pocket, or they are in somebody's store. So we will ensure that is done. Then after that, of course, we shall have a networking break, but the plenary sessions ends at 12 noon, 1 o'clock, then we do 3 and 4. I want to say tomorrow when you go to the tracks, now we're going to take people to where we go action plans. I'll be requesting people more to go into what is next. Not to go home and keep your bag for the conference. What is next is what are we going to do next to ensure this happens. And I've been taking notes. Remember, I've even recorded you. Do you know why you're being recorded? So that when I come to you for what you said you'll do, you can't say you didn't. I'll bring you evidence that you said it, Dr. Adam. So we are recording you not just for the sake of entertainment. We are recording you because when I come to you, remember, I'm not the chief executive officer. I'm the chief execution. So I'll come to you to look for execution, and that's why the tracks are going to be very important. The day concludes with the, of course, action points and commitments. So you should start knowing that we shall be looking for some commitments from you. Of course, there'll be some communication coming from Haiti. And then after that, we shall go somewhere when Haiti now will be launched. And that's when we'll be playing the 7 children of Haiti and how we can be able to work together to make them happen. I think that is the most important part of the whole journey. I don't know that anybody has any question, anything to be clarified, or any comment. It seems you are looking forward to going home. I want to take this chance to thank you once more. And I think I'm looking for, here there's Father Professor, I don't know which title to use. Father Ishmael, I'll request you just to come and say a prayer so that people can, we can conclude and they go. I think the best way is to end with a prayer, isn't it? Yeah. Multi-denomination prayer, isn't it?
We may stand all. Loving God, we thank you for the gift of the day, for the gift of all presenters that we heard this day. We thank you for what they shared with us and what it has created in our hearts. We ask you to continue inspiring us so that what we have heard, what we have discussed, and what we have in our hearts, that we are able to translate them into concrete actions, that we transform our continent, and that will impact on people's health and lives. We thank you for the day, and I commend each and everyone to you, that you may give us your spirit, that your peace may accompany each and every one of us. We ask this prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
You can leave at your pleasure. Sorry? Oh yeah, Allah. If there's anybody who knows the prayer, you're welcome.
I can put them in. I'm going to put them so that
You've taken her email.
She gave me the.
Okay.
I just wanted to pick from here.
You can also send them here in case it doesn't succeed.
I had one. You are the one who gave me.
You the email, then you can send. I will open from the hotel.
Yeah.
Do this. Let me write somewhere. Let me write somewhere.
Can you write from your phone? I give you my email.
So I'll come back.
I'm sending my or even text.
Yeah, that's what I would like to do. Yeah. You want to do that for lunch? Let's organize something specifically. Yeah, because
You need this?
No, it's okay. It's not capital. Okay, it's a small.